Good morning, everybody. I'm going to give people just a couple more minutes to sign on. It looks like we're still a little low on numbers. So hold tight for 2 or 3 more minutes.
Ian and Sherry, do you have most of the bugs worked out over there?
Maybe not, because apparently they can't hear us.
Hmm.
Ian, we cannot hear you right now.
Sorry, we've changed venue this morning. We're sorting out our technical challenges for the day. Hopefully this will work all right.
You got us, Ian?
Yes, loud and clear. Thanks.
Excellent. If the S hits the fan, just so you know, let us know. My place is about 3 minutes from you guys, and we can get you set up probably within a 10-minute stand down, if worst case scenario.
Excellent. Thanks, Chris. I think we now have things up and running. Well, with that, I'll start us off this morning. So, good morning. Clearly, we're experiencing a government shutdown this morning, and therefore we've lost several of our SSC members and many of our scheduled presenters for today. However, we got through our prioritized material yesterday, so I think we're still in pretty good shape. For today, we've also lost several of our leads on various items, and I would ask remaining SSC members that if you make extensive comments today on an agenda item, please try to summarize those comments and share them with the lead or leads. I think they'll really appreciate that, and we're all filling in where we need to today. So with that, I've got a few scheduling announcements to make. The first is that we will not be taking up the AFSC report this morning. It is on our agenda if you want to read it, but we will not be taking it up and not be discussing it at this meeting, and I believe the council won't be receiving it either. Second, we're going to start today with the spatial apportionment item, which will round out the joint plan team items. And following that, we will continue on with the GOA groundfish plan team report and proposed models, and then on through the rest of our agenda. Finally, I want to thank council staff and non-federal presenters in advance today. We recognize that everyone's covering extra material for the remainder of this meeting, and they may not be able to phone a friend for difficult questions, so we'll all be patient. And with that, I think I will turn it over to Sarah to get us going on spatial apportionment.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, SSC members, Sarah Cleaver, council staff. Let me just go ahead and pull up this presentation. Right, how's that looking for you all?
Looks
I see
great.
some
Thanks, Sarah.
thumbs up. All right. And feel free to just stop me if there are questions. I might not be looking at the right screen, so feel free to jump in. What I'm presenting on today, there will be one slide at the end that includes the plan team report on this item, since it was presented at the plan team as well. But this is basically a summary of clarifications on spatial apportionment and potential changes that might be coming out of this upcoming council meeting. And the beginning of this presentation is basically a review of information that the SSC was provided in June. The second part is a proposal that is not all that different from what the SSC heard about in June, nor is it that different from the status quo, but I will walk through that in the latter portion of the presentation. So the council provided clarification last December that socioeconomic information should not be incorporated into spatial apportionment recommendations from the plan team or SSC. I included this slide in your June presentation, but I just wanted to highlight that again as a reminder. In June, you all reviewed a discussion paper and a presentation coming out of this December 2024 council request that's on the screen. And you provided feedback to the council at that meeting, but the council did not take up the agenda item in June. So there was further communication between staff, council, and SSC leadership over the summer. And that brings us to the proposal that I'll be providing in the latter part of the presentation. And I've included the link on this slide to the discussion paper that was provided to you all in June, but again, was not reviewed by the council yet. This slide should look familiar. It's the same or very similar to one that you saw in June. This is a reminder on ABCs versus sub-area apportionments of ABC as they relate to management. The SSC is required by MSA to provide ACL recommendations at the level of the stock or the stock complex. And our council has defined ACL as equal to the ABC that comes out of the control rule, and that process is documented in the groundfish FMPs. Exceeding the ACL, or in our case, the ABC, that triggers accountability measures to respond to overages, and the council cannot recommend a TAC greater than the SSC's recommended ABC for a stock or a stock complex. On the other hand, there aren't any MSA requirements for the specifications of spatial apportionments, and they are not the ABC for the stock or the stock complex, and they are not ACLs. Our council uses spatial apportionments of ABC as recommended by the SSC to inform its TAC recommendations, and in practice, the council has treated apportionments as maximums that each of their sub-area TAC recommendation is at or below, even though that is not required. And the groundfish FMPs don't define sub-area apportionments of ABC anywhere, nor do they describe the process by which they should be recommended. But often the council recommends sub-area TACs that are equal to the sub-area ABCs, particularly in the Gulf, and it is the TACs, not the apportionments, that are associated with management triggers. So for example, a stock that is going on bycatch or PSC status, that has to do with where catch is in relation to the TAC, not where catch is in relation to the sub-area ABC, even though those times are often set at the same level. Because the council has treated apportionments as maximums, there have been situations where it hasn't been clear whether there's flexibility from a biological perspective for a sub-area TAC to exceed the sub-area ABC or spatial apportionment, and that has resulted in TACs that can be unnecessarily limiting, so those can constrain fisheries, and it's important for the council to know if there is a specific biological reason that they are limiting TAC in that way. And we've seen this recently with some of the non-target rockfish stocks that are poorly sampled by the trawl survey. And then other target fisheries go on PSC status when they hit an area TAC for those often non-target rockfish stocks. And as you heard yesterday during the Gulf survey presentation, especially with the decrease in survey biomass that we're looking at this year of some of the rockfish stocks, this issue is likely to keep arising, where the council in its TAC recommendations has to weigh the biological apportionment recommendations, which might be based on limited survey data, with other socioeconomic considerations, such as impacts to fishing operations. So in the presentation and the rest of this, staff have provided a proposal based on previous discussions with SSC Council, NOAA GC, and other staff on spatial apportionment of groundfish ABCs, and it's really intended to try to increase efficiency and transparency within our harvest specifications process. This process aims to try to streamline some of the conversations regarding spatial apportionments recommended by the plan teams and SSC, and clarify the reasoning behind spatial apportionments within our council process. since there have been a lot of discussions that happen in each body kind of in a silo, and we're trying to make sure that we're communicating the same reasoning and purpose and process to all council bodies. So this process that I'm about to speak to can certainly be refined in the future. It's really not that different than what we currently do. But since some of these issues are likely coming up in November, we need a process in place, and guidance from the council has been requested by the plan team and the SSC in the past. So that's kind of what we're trying to respond to here. This is largely informational for the SSC, but obviously the SSC can and should provide feedback in your report on anything that you want to flag or ways that the proposal could be improved, additional pieces of this that might still be unclear that staff need to circle back on. And there will be a similar presentation provided to the council. The plan team received a similar presentation, and the plan team and SSC will provide your reports to the council, and then if the council at this meeting wants to put forward any changes or speak to this proposal in any way, then the council can provide that direction at this meeting. So moving into what we've got today, unless otherwise directed by the council, the staff plan is to move ahead with the proposal that's described in the next several slides. And we will provide relevant guidance during the annual harvest specs process. So there's really 4 parts to this proposal, and I will walk through each of these in the next few slides. We've discussed this before, but I think finally have landed on a specific terminology for better or for worse. Starting with this groundfish specs process in the final specifications for 2026, so not at today's meeting, not for proposed harvest specifications, but in December, the spatial apportionments of ABC, or what we've referred to as subarea ABCs, those will be referred to as biologically informed recommended distribution. I will, from here on out, refer to that as birds because it's near impossible to say. And these birds, or beards, or however creative you want to get with that, birds are based on methods recommended by the authors, plan team, SSC, based on either a distribution of survey biomass or, for our tier 6 stocks, catch. And again, any socioeconomic factors shouldn't be incorporated into the calculations of the birds, nor should they influence the recommendations on the apportionment methods that you all recommend to calculate the birds. So that is virtually the same process, same different terminology, but same idea as what we all currently use for subarea ABCs. And the purpose of this change in terminology is really to make the distinction between stock level and which tax must be set at or below, and then the recommendations for spatial distribution of catch, which are not at the level of the stock and are not tied to our MSA requirements. Yeah, that is what I have in this slide. All right. I believe you also saw a similar slide here in June. Birds are intended to be a precautionary measure to avoid localized depletion and account for uncertainty in stock structure, as you know. They provide a biologically informed starting point for how to spread out catch. And we're clarifying that these are not limited as a form of scientific information about the stock, which helps to inform the council's TAC recommendations. So same as subarea ABCs, we're just replacing with a new term and really trying to be more transparent about what these apportionments are and are not. This information is then used in the council's TAC recommendations, and as you know, the council's TAC recommendations can also incorporate socioeconomic considerations. So this could include distributional impacts or seasonal access to fisheries, commercial importance to communities, all of the types of things that we think of when we talk about socioeconomic considerations. In June, just kind of providing this slide as a reminder that the SSC provided feedback on options for the SSC's role and the plan team's role in apportionment. And so I've just included this as a reminder that we presented what we referred to as methods A and B. Under method A, the SSC would expand the number of stocks or stock complexes for which it recommends ABC and no sub-area apportionments, and the SSC would therefore recommend ABC at the level of each stock, and then the council would then recommend tax and the area allocations thereof. That was one of the methods proposed, and then there was this other method, method B, under which the SSC could note for certain stocks when the spatial or stock structure information on a stock is lacking or not definitive, or the SSC could describe further information for what we kind of term these gray area stocks, where there's not a clear delineation between what might be a biological concern or a stock where we don't necessarily have all the information that we would like to make a specific decision about sub-area apportionments. And then the SSC would provide an identified amount of flexibility. We talked about percentages that could be applied to the original apportionments. And the SSC at that meeting, I've included your SSC report here in a link on the slide, but the SSC recommended that methods A and B are both suitable for future use. There's additional discussion in that SSC report, but what is being proposed here is somewhat of a combination of methods A and B, and essentially tries to enable a process by which the council is making a policy choice regarding how precautionary its management of certain stocks should be, while the council still has a biologically informed spatial information that's provided by our scientific bodies to use in the council's tax setting. So balancing that biological information with the other tax considerations. These next 3 slides walk through process kind of in lieu. I know you don't have a document here, so we've tried to put some text onto these slides, but I'm actually going to just skip ahead because I think it might be more clear, and I've heard some feedback that it might be more clear if I move and talk about tables first and then come back to process, just to make sure that we are all on the same page. So this is an example, and thank you to folks at In Season for helping make the adjustments to these tables and to the work that we're going to have to do in preparation for November. But this is an example of what the table would look like coming out of the plan team or SSC meeting in our November and December meetings. So essentially what we've done is grade off the areas where there are not true ABCs for a stock, and under the ABC column, we've only listed the actual ABC at the stock or the stock level. Any of the apportionments of ABC are under the bird column now, so it should be a little bit more clear where the actual ACL is, and we're just providing the same information to the council in these tables, just looking a little bit different. And that, around here, this is just the example for the BSAI table. I have included those as links on the e-agenda if they're challenging to see here. So hopefully you can pull those up if you need to take a closer look. Again, we are not using these for proposed specifications at this meeting, but we would plan, if the council, depending on how the council speaks to this at this meeting, we would plan to use these later this year. This is just moving backwards a little bit.
If I could break in for a second, we have a question from Martin.
Yeah, thanks. I guess, Sarah, I'm wondering what these numbers in the table are. Are they the specs for last year with the sub-area ABCs renamed? Is that what they are, or are they something related to this year's as anticipated BRDs?
Thank you, Dr. Dorn, for the question. These are not related to this year in any way. These, I think, might be last year's, but they are really just intended as an example of what the plan team or SSC would be filling out in their OFL, ABC, and bird column. I can't remember when we exactly made this table, so they might be last year's or this year's. I just can't remember.
Okay, thanks.
Next question from Sherry.
Thanks, Sarah. One question, process question, which you may hit later in your presentation. If we're taking out all the BRDs from this table in December, is the goal for the SSC to include every number that's in the BRD column in our text in like sentence form? Or do we have like another table for BRDs?
Thank you, Dr. Dressel. So I think in general, we try to include fewer numbers in text so that we can reduce the risk of getting numbers wrong in multiple places. So what we were seeing for this November, December is using this table just the same way that you've used your table one in the past, and the same way that the plan teams have used this table in the past, and speaking to if there are specific stocks that end up getting flagged for the plan teams or SSC to speak to, and I'll get to this in a few slides, but if there are certain stocks that are flagged, then there are options for the council or for the SSC and plan teams to talk about what amount of flexibility might be appropriate for the council to set a TAC above a BRD. And I think it's in that text where the plan teams or SSC could be using other numbers, but the BRDs are really the output of the calculations that are based on the recommended apportionment methods that the author, plan team, and SSC recommends. So the BRDs themselves should not change. It would be any flexibility for the TAC to move around those BRDs that would actually be changing. Does that answer the question?
Maybe. So yes, totally understand flexibility in the text. We can bring in other numbers. Got it. That makes sense. I think I'm actually thinking back to a previous conversation that we may have had when I heard that BRDs would not be included in tables. So I guess is the table that you're presenting, are they going to be in this table now, but just in a different column, or are they going to be completely taken out, which I guess I must be remembering from an earlier conversation?
Joe, no, that's fine. There have been many of those conversations, and maybe this next slide can clear it up. So the plan team SSC tables would look like this with the BRDs. Our tables, once we get to the AP and council where they're really recommending TACs, I think this is also included in your slides. Hopefully I've posted the right one, but this is an example of what an AP or council table, since they are providing TAC recommendations, This is what their table would look like, and this is essentially what this is the information that NIMS needs to include within our harvest specifications final rule. They don't need to include information on area apportionments. And so this is where we've moved the birds out of this as information that has essentially informed the TAC. So we've tried to eliminate places where we have put apportionments into tables in the past, which has potentially led to some of the confusion about where our actual ACL limits and where our tax come from. Does that help? And again, this is we're waiting on council confirmation to see what they think about all of this.
That makes great sense. And actually relieves, as the person chairing the December meeting, I thought we were going to have like 40 values in the text. I'm so glad that you came up with an option. Thank you.
Thanks. Next question from Chris.
Hey, Sarah, thanks. Can you flip back to the previous table? I think I have a question about that.
For Bering
Before
Sea.
that, there we go. So just looking at the Pollock, because it's the only one I have numbers to check. The BRDs in in either of the example recommendation columns are all smaller than the tax for Pollock anyway. I haven't had a chance to check other rows. Is that what's happening there?
Through the chair, Dr. Anderson, are you comparing the BRDs under one of the example columns to the tax from 2025?
Yes.
Okay, so the numbers in this table we really shouldn't be looking at. They're just placeholders. The tax, so the columns that are under the yellow headings that would be for like the next year or the following year, and there's no TAC in this table that is then associated with those BRDs yet, because we wouldn't have that number from the AP or council.
Okay, so those BRDs are based on some sort of ABC that is not represented in this table.
Through the chair, those BRDs the sum of those BRDs cannot exceed the ABC that is shown in the ABC column for any stock.
Okay, so in the Pollock example, our stock assessment process has generated the number 133,075, and the BRDs allocate that.
And if I may, this slide might help a little bit more just speaking to that. So this is just another example. The numbers, it's a pretend stock, but I will give a sticker to anyone who can guess which stock I took this from. This just shows how we would expect to move, or how we would plan to take what have before fallen under the ABC column on the left in the yellow, and those are apportionments of ABC. We would refer to those now as birds, moving over to the right-hand side of the slide. And those BRDs are coming out of the recommended apportionment methods, but then the tax, so the BRDs should sum, and I hope that they do in this slide, should sum to that ABC that's down at the bottom, and then the tax that are associated with each of those birds for each area can move per recommendation or per information that the council receives from the SSC. Those tax might have flexibility to move above or below the BRDs However, they still have to sum to or less than that stock's ABC. So hopefully this slide helps explain that a little bit better.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't losing track of a bunch of fish at a step where that wasn't clear to me why that was happening.
Understand. Don't want to lose track of any of those fish. I've lost a few.
Next question from Pat.
Great. Thanks, Sarah. This is really helping me sort of understand what's going on. So the BRDs, I'm appreciating the terminology change. I think that helps a lot. Are really broad in terms of what we're looking at. So, Central Gulf, Western Gulf, or Eastern Bering Sea, etc. I'm thinking about species like, or stocks like northern rockfish, where the scale at which they are sort of aggregating is really much smaller than anything here. So if we were looking at protecting them or giving some incentives or something like that, that would be through a different mechanism than what we're calling the biological distribution here. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Dr. Sullivan, yes, that's correct. We're not changing anything kind of beyond the way that we have dealt with these apportionments in the past. So if there are other concerns of localized depletion or other management measures that the SSC is trying to recommend or discuss, none of that is changing, and we would expect that the SSC reports can continue to capture that information in whatever capacity you all see fit.
Great, Sarah. That's extremely helpful. Thank you.
And next question from Sherry.
Thanks, Sarah. So in your answer to Chris, again, I can't have multiple presentations up, so just let me know if you're going to cover this later. So it sounds like the SSC had posed in, I think it was December, possibly June. That one way to deal with this was to have BRDs that were greater, that added up to greater than 100% in order to show the council how much flexibility there might be. And so am I correct that right now you've sort of found a different way to do that, and that is to have the BRD calculated exactly like we used to have subarea ABCs, and sort of to look at the ideal distribution if there were no limitations, if there were no fishery limitations for a stock that didn't have conservation concerns. I realize that was complicated. And that then we're going to talk about the flexibility in the text instead.
The chair, Dr. Dressel. So, or I guess you are one of the chairwomen, but and I think these slides that I'm going to work my way back to will speak to this a little bit. In June, we did talk about there being different ways that the SSC could determine the exact amount of flexibility that each stock might have to have a TAC deviate from the BRD. The SSC for each stock, I think there is latitude as the SSC sees appropriate to dive into whatever methods you see fit to determine what that flexibility should look like. What we were trying to do, though, and where we've strayed from what was presented in June, is that we are already so constrained, and the SSC is so constrained in terms of time and ability to get through our harvest specifications, that we did not want to prescribe a specific process that would further complicate the harvest specifications process. So what we've tried to do here is provide the general outline for what types of information the council would be looking for from the SSC if it flags certain stocks that the council might be looking for deviating the TAC from the BRD, the bird, and provide a way for the SSC to speak to whatever flexibility biologically seems appropriate from your perspective, whether the SSC feels the need to work through a specific quantitative exercise to figure out exactly what the amount of flexibility should look like. That's certainly within the SSC's wheelhouse to do that, but in terms of information that is helpful for the council, and because the council has the latitude to be balancing socioeconomic considerations with the biological considerations at this level that's below the level of the stock, what's valuable for the council is oftentimes a description of some of the things that we have proposed here on the slide. Actually, I guess it's maybe on the next slide, is some of the similar information to what the SSC has provided in the past for rockfish stocks. So the authors, plan team, and SSC have provided information on or described what information is available regarding stock structure, regarding how well the surveys sample the stock, whether we think they are oversampling or undersampling a certain stock, and then providing all of that information to the council so that they can use all of that information in their TAC recommendations. So long way to answer your question, since I was kind of going to get to it in these slides anyway, but we're trying to provide some flexibility, but not box the SSC or the plan teams into going through a more lengthy and exaggerated process when providing some of the information that I've shown here might be sufficient to inform the council's TAC decisions.
Great. So I think the only follow-up question that I would have, it's great to hear SSC can be quantitative or non-quantitative in describing flexibility. Am I correct, though, that we would be having the requirement that the BRDs in that table add up to the ABC?
Through the chair, or Madam Chairwoman. So those BRDs, yes, they're the same as the way that the authors, plan team, SSC have calculated apportionments in the past. So they're directly coming out of the apportionment methodology that you all have recommended. And I can't think of any case where those don't add up to the ABC at the stock level. I don't think we have any case where that has happened.
No, that's great. It was just an SSC proposal when we were thinking about this early on, so I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Next question from Chris.
So I'm trying to think about this from the standpoint of where the council might want to integrate some social or economic information in this, and the kind of information they would need to understand whether or not there was sort of biological flexibility in this. And the case I'm envisioning is one that we've exercised in the past, where we knew, for example, in the Western Gulf, that the survey suggested there was fish out there, but it was dangerous for boats to go out there. A limited number of vessels could get there. There was limited capacity to process in the Western Gulf, and it really made more economic sense to do more of the catching in the Central and Eastern Gulf. all of the reasons here for exercising flexibility seem to be that we think there's uncertainty or context around how representative the survey is or whatever our biological allocation method is. So I guess as a question, is there room for social and economic information to influence the TAC without influencing the birds? And if so, what is the information the council needs to understand how badly shifting catch back to the east in the case of my example is likely to drive local depletion?
Through the chair, Dr. Anderson. So the point about everything on this slide kind of coming from a biological perspective or being triggered from biological perspective, in the past and most recently, the council has asked authors, plan team, SSC to weigh in on certain stocks because of some socioeconomic constraint or fishery constraint, socioeconomic reasons that the council has heard come up with certain stocks. So in the past, we've heard either through members of industry or we've heard through in-season management reports, this fishery went on PSC status because it hit TAC or a sub-area TAC for one of these stocks. And that is kind of what triggered the conversations to go back to the SSC and say, in the future, if the council wanted to move TACs around in such a way that they might be larger to some extent in one area and smaller to some extent in another area than the area apportionments that come out of the SSC recommendations, are there specific biological issues that the council wants to make or that the SSC wants to make the council aware of if the council were to do that? And so on this slide, the bullet that the council may identify other stocks for additional reasons, this is really kind of speaking to, I think, what you're getting at, that generally this process has occurred because someone has identified that there could be a fishery constraint. And then we've kind of moved backwards through the process to then ask the scientists, is there a biological issue if we were to allow some flexibility? The first 4 of these bullets, I guess you can't see my arrow, so I'm gonna get a pointer. There we go. The first 4 of these bullets are really to try to get ahead of the process that we've had to kind of go backwards on in the past. So our thinking was that because of the linear nature of our process, if there are stocks that we are aware of, either heading into September or later, since we know we won't kind of capture every single stock, and there might be ones that just we don't know about and slip through the cracks. But ideally, if we see stocks that have reached PSC status in the past or during this year, or if the SSC notes that there's survey information that has that's noting large decreases in biomass that we aren't entirely sure if that has to do with biological reasons or if that has to do with how we are surveying, those decreases in biomass that could result in small TACs that get exceeded in the following year. Or I guess couple years ago, we had situations where there are large changes or there are changes to the apportionment methods, which are recommended for either biological or best practice reasons like switching from a design-based to a model-based apportionment methodology, those often have resulted in changes to the output apportionments. And because of the linear direction of our process, we are thinking that it would be helpful to be able to flag those situations when they come through the plan team and SSC process, and then the council can speak to whether or not those stocks are stocks where whether the council is kind of looking for some of this additional feedback on if they were to adjust tax to deviate from the birds, would there be specific concerns that are identified by our scientific review bodies? So I don't think that the triggers are necessarily meant to be only biological. It's just that we're trying to take a process that has required multiple back and forth conversations and find a way to try to get ahead of it by flagging any of the kind of warning signs that we might see in a plan team or SSC meeting, go to the council and say, hey, for this stock, we are recommending changes to apportionment methods. It's September. We don't know necessarily what these methods will do once we incorporate this year's survey information. But if the resulting birds were to come out and be vastly different than what we've had in previous years, would the council like the plan team's SSC to speak to whether or not there is some specific reason to really stick with those birds as the council's tax, or is there some flexibility around that for tax to deviate?
Okay,
I'm going to stop now.
Yeah, I think summarize what I hear you saying? That the complexity here is that we don't want to task the plan teams and the SSC with determining a huge amount of flexibility, of going through a significant scientific exercise around flexibility for every single thing where the council might not exercise it. I think there's an acknowledged challenge that in this process, the council may not we're trying to get the council to acknowledge or anticipate ahead of time which stocks they might want flexibility for, so that effort can be focused on identifying the flexibility at the time the council needs to make the decision. And I guess the dissonance for me, and maybe we just need to be patient and let this play out over a couple of years, is if we've got socioeconomic data that's triggering this concern about whether or not we should leverage flexibility, and the council doesn't see that until they also see the birds. How do we know ahead of time whether or not to assess the flexibility, the area-based flexibility for the stock?
Through the chair, Dr. Anderson. So I think we certainly won't capture all of those situations. Ultimately, the council, since there aren't MSA requirements for these area apportionments, the council can recommend its TAC, where it sees fit. But our goal is to really try to make sure that the council has the most and best information that we can provide when making its TAC recommendations. And so I think there is a discussion to be had on what types of socioeconomic information the council has at its disposal, or not at its disposal, but for its review when it's setting its tax. But that is kind of an ongoing discussion that the SSC and council have been having within our Harvest Specs process.
Thanks for fielding these questions in the middle of your presentation, Sarah. We do have a couple more that we'll take now, and then maybe we'll pause and let you continue through the rest of your slides at least before we do the rest of our questions. But for now, we've got Martin next.
Okay, thanks. And actually, it was good. That discussion was really beneficial because it helped me sort of mostly address the question I had, which is the SSC and the ground the plan teams are going to be asked to evaluate the need for flexibility in this meeting, basically, and then provide that information to the council. Is that correct?
You're the chair, Dr. Dorn. So ideally, I think we try to do this as early as possible, whether or not it's September or September, October, or the November, December meeting will depend on the stock and the information that we get. I'll provide an example of kind of what we've envisioned, and note that this isn't really set in stone, and it's not different from what we've done in the past. We're just trying to not have to go through several SSC or council meetings and be able to provide the council with the information that they need to set tax within kind of one annual process. So an example of this would be this year, and you're about to hear this in the next presentation for Gulf specs, but we know that in the Central Gulf, Shortraker has gone on PSC status at some point during this year. I can't remember when. And that's kind of always a problem stock in the Gulf for constraining other target fisheries. We were made aware of that at the September plan team meeting. We're bringing that to the SSC and council at this meeting. We are looking for the council to provide information on whether or not they would like additional or kind of increased attention to that stock, and whether there are any issues beyond that of being precautionary and spreading out catch across areas, that whether there are any issues in addition to that, or reasons that the council should not, for example, set a TAC, not necessarily at the bird level, but at a level just beyond what would have caused the fishery to go on PSC status this year, for example. So in November, or at this meeting in October, if the council can say, yeah, Shortraker is a problem stock, we would like to make sure that we have all the information we need to know where an appropriate level we can set TAC at would be, then in November and December, the plan teams and SSC could comment on that stock, as you have done in the past, specifically for that stock. And I think we have a good record of having lined out all of the stock structure information that we have specifically on Shortraker, and provide that, make sure that is upfront for the council in December, so that they know an appropriate level, or roughly where they could make their TAC recommendation. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's just, I mean, the SSC usually doesn't look at things at that sort of granular level, and I don't know that the plan teams do. So it's like, I'll just give you another example, is that, during the bottom trawl survey in the Gulf, there was a big increase in biomass in the western area, which it's reasonable to expect that will have a big shift, cause a big shift in the allocation in that direction, and there might be a need. But we haven't really seen the area specific biomass estimates. and it would be just speculation about right now about how that might affect the allocation. And so we're not necessarily, or the plan teams necessarily set up to make those, identify those issues. And maybe it just means that we need to look more carefully at what's happening here and now when we're currently not doing that. Is that how you sort of see it sort of playing out?
Through the chair, Dr. Dorn. Yeah, I think it's unfortunate, but also potentially helpful that that we do have the survey information that we just walked through yesterday, kind of indicating or putting off warning signals for multiple stocks, essentially a lot of rockfish stocks at this meeting while we're bringing up this issue. And I think that we are bringing that flag forward at this time is essentially the goal of this process. It's no different than what we've done in the past, but being able to look at that information, recognize which stocks we might also be seeing changes to apportionment methods in the fall, not necessarily knowing where the numbers are going to land, but bringing all that information forward to the council at this meeting allows them to identify a stock or multiple stocks that when we go back and start planning for the November plan team meetings and the December SSC meetings, we can make sure that any of the information that we already have on stock structure or any other related biological information that might be needed can come forward at that time in November and December. And then the SSC, just as it's done in the past, can speak to that information, your kind of confidence in that amount of information, where the data gaps are, and then provide that to the council as best you can in December. The council is always going to be they're always going to make a TAC recommendation in December. And so our goal is really, while we know we might not capture every stock and we might not be able to delve into the level of examination for every stock that the SSC might feel is warranted, can we provide this information, the best available information at that time with which the council can set their TAC? So that's kind of our goal, is just trying to make sure we bring forward this information as early as possible, so that it can get examined to some level based on the information that we have in front of us.
Okay, I got it. Thanks.
Next question from Kaylin.
Great, thanks. So, Sarah, you said something about socioeconomic information and trying to be consistent with the language and use. And I guess I'm thinking of the ESP language and presentation and the new little graphic. And there, I think they sort of carved off fishery performance information, which is something that would be common to use for ABCs. And then economic and social/community. And I think actually they might have only said community. And so I guess I just wanted to clarify that when you say this would be similar in terms of treatment of socioeconomic information for setting the BRDs, you are thinking of similar to this other language that we've developed in decision-making structure, so that fishery performance information would be something that would be potentially considered for these BRDs.
The chair. So I'll start with my answer. I don't know if I entirely understand the question, but I'm gonna try to clarify one thing from the end of that question. The BRDs should not change based on any socioeconomic information or based on whether there are potential constraints to fisheries. The council has been really clear in its December language that the apportionments and the apportionment recommendations are not meant to include socioeconomic information. They're supposed to be strictly biological, and that's what produces the BRDs. Beyond the BRDs, socioeconomic information should be provided to the council, that just as they have the BRD, which is one piece of information, biological information, the council also receives socioeconomic information with that it can use to inform its TAC. Further conversations about what that socioeconomic information is certainly are warranted, and SSC should provide input on that. I don't want to go too far into the discussion since I know that's a much larger discussion on what socioeconomic information is being provided for the council at their tax setting, at the time of their tax setting.
Sure. Okay. Well, then I'm gonna try to use the language that I feel like the folks in the ESP team established, but maybe this is something to flag for Ian, and I know Sherry and I have emailed a little bit about this as well. But I guess if I'm understanding this right, and this might be similar to Chris's question, actually, it seems like social/community and economic information, if I'm understanding this process right, would inform whether or not BRDs would be developed, but not the BRD itself. Because I think some of these bullets are, to kind of call a spade, I think it is social and economic information. And so this would be, the plan teams would be then receiving, I guess, more detailed social and economic information than maybe I've seen in the past to make that decision of whether or not, so that they could fully assess the bullet points that you're putting forward and determine whether or not to develop a BRD that, of course, would not use social, community, or economic information. Is that right?
Through the chair. So I think there is, and the plan team discussed that there is a discussion potentially to be had on when to either develop new BRDs or dissolve BRDs. I think that is something that is, well, the plan team certainly raised it, and I think there are still some questions about that. But this process, or this proposal, is not trying to change the way that any of that is done.
Yeah, maybe I framed my question wrong. Yeah, so it could be develop, or the ability to deviate, or kind of when is this additional. So I'll read it directly here. So yeah, when stocks may warrant flexibility, but then that would trigger the SSC to then further assess, if I'm understanding this correct. And some of these bullets that I guess you have up and you're talking through right now, those seem to be more, or they certainly integrate some potentially social or economic information.
Yes, that's correct. Just trying to delineate between the bird, which is the biological output, and not touch that piece of information, not try to influence that piece of information with any socioeconomic information, but then the discussion that the SSC has around the council's tax setting, or kind of the information that the council has at its tax setting process can certainly include and is often triggered by these socioeconomic considerations.
Okay, last question for the moment from Sherry. Go ahead, Sherry.
So there are so many different pieces, and I want to keep this straightforward. And I'll split it up, I think, into the two SSC meetings. Because Chris Anderson actually brought up something which I hadn't thought about. So there's two steps to this process. In October, my question is, am I on target for this, honestly? And so I'm just going to propose this. So in October, the plan team and the SSC talk about survey results, changes up and down. We also talk about whether there are methodology changes for calculating spatial apportionments. Somehow it would be, do I understand that it's helpful for us to highlight those for the council so that they're aware it happens, or the council can actually let me ask, the council does receive the survey presentation in October, is that correct?
Dr. Dressel, the council receives a very abbreviated presentation on proposed specifications in October, and so we would use our discretion. For example, this year, I think it's important for the council to be aware that we've had these large changes in the Gulf survey. So that information would be flagged for them, whether it's through our staff presentation or likely through the SSC report as well. But I think those changes to surveys or methods can be highlighted, should be highlighted in the SSC report, as you have always done in the past.
Yes, that makes sense. Methodology changes completely needs to be in our report. Survey changes, it may be difficult for us to know what size change is big enough for the council to want flexibility. So, but we can go there after you get your slides. The second piece to October, which I hadn't thought about, well, I'm going to stick with the biology. Then in December, sorry, I'm trying to make all my thoughts clear. So in December, we would use the council will have flagged in October stocks that they are looking for additional information on for potential flexibility. And in December, the SSC would give the spatial apportionments like we have in the past in the table and discuss flexibility in our report. The piece that was new to me, and this may be a question for Chris Anderson, is, Chris, it seems like I totally understand that we don't want to discuss flexibility it's not flexibility in the BRD any longer because we're not changing those, but the biological sense for flexibility. Was Chris Anderson, were you asking what information does the council need to flag stocks of concern in October, or what socio and economic information does the council need to determine tax in December? I'm not sure we know either one of those, but I'm just wondering which piece you're asking about.
Go ahead, Chris, join in, and then we'll move back to the presentation after this.
Okay.
Okay. Sherry, thanks for asking that question. I'm asking some question in that space, and like you, trying to figure out what what the process is whereby the council figures out where they might want flexibility ahead of time. And my intuition, my instinct on this is that we're not doing this in 1 year out of nothing in a vacuum. My sense is that as long as the BRDs are based on some sort of sensible, stable biological criteria, that we're consistently applying in more or less the same way, they're gonna sort of know last year where they exercised some flexibility and be able to think about whether or not they're going to want to exercise flexibility there again. And if something like a brand new PSC interaction comes up, they're going to kind of be aware of that in October. So I think between sort of the time series of what happens, the repetition of this process, and the sort of side communication that happens between the council and the plan teams, that we're likely to be able to know where the council wants to exercise flexibility. I like the idea that this would be identified in October with enough time for the stock assessors and the plan teams to react. This, of course, assumes that our government ever functions in October again. And that would get us an opportunity to look at sort of what the biological trade-offs as well as the socioeconomic trade-offs are come November, December. My goal is that in November and December, we understand what the social and economic costs or benefits of different area allocations are, and then have information on the biological impacts of that, whether that be localized depletion, increased PSC interaction, whatever else we might come up with. Does that help?
Yeah, a little concerned getting into discussion. I just wanted to know, was your question about October or December for socioeconomic information?
I think I was asking the question about both because I was seeking to understand what the vision for the information flow there is, and I think I have an idea.
Okay, let's go back to the presentation. Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you. I think we've really covered a lot of everything that's in here. I haven't gone through the text in super detail, but a lot of this questioning has helped pull out everything that I've intended in the presentation. I guess the other piece of this is, and I think we will hear more coming out of the council meeting, is that this is it's not that different than what we currently do or what we have done in the past. There have just been situations where it either hasn't been as clear what information the SSC or plan team should be including in their apportionments are, or what information should be used in the SSC's recommendations of apportionment methodology. All of that we're trying to gain some clarity around. And then we're not saying that we're going to have a perfect process every year in October and December. I know it's a little bit uncomfortable to kind of not have a specific process in place and know exactly a flow chart of if then we go this direction, if something else, then we go this other direction. I think it's going to take some practice, but I think the past few questions have really hit on the point that this is really just a exercise in increased communication and trying to make sure we provide as much information as we have early in the process so that the council can use all this information in their tax settings, so that we don't end up in situations like we have in the past where there's, we're trying to run around the halls understanding how the SSC should provide recommendations on area apportionments. And so hopefully it might take some time to get used to, and we might need to adjust it and adapt the process as we go along. But hopefully we can use this process that is still a little bit blurry to try to create an efficiency in communication across all of these plan team bodies. And that is going to take some communication behind the scenes. And it's not to say that we will capture every stock every time there might be an issue coming up. But just looking for improvements from the past. I'm just going to make sure that I have raised all of the points in these slides. Get off my cursor here. I don't seem to be able to get rid of my laser pointer. Just a second. Okay. Let's see. I think that we've hit on everything that's in these slides. If anyone has additional questions, this is the only slide that I think I haven't put up. Just reiterating again that this really isn't that different than what we have currently done. And that through these discussions that we've had, that staff have had with council, SSC, and those at NIMPS, that it does seem that the council's intent, and I think they can speak to this at the October meeting or clarify if this isn't the case, but their intent is really to continue to recommend their tax using the information that comes out of the SSC, particularly the biological information, to recommend those tax at levels less than or equal to those BRDs in most cases. But we do have these problem stocks that we're trying to identify where it is maybe a little bit more clear that there is not a specific biological reason that the council would be constraining fisheries to a certain TAC. Again, we're not making any changes to the proposed specifications at this meeting, but we would plan to try to start working with authors and with the review bodies to make sure that this change in the tables would certainly be updated later in this year, so that we can include this change in the final harvest specifications when NIMS sends out the final rule. And the last slide that I have for you just highlights some of the plan team discussion, which is expanded on in the report. But I think similar to some of the SSC's discussion, that the teams are hoping for some specific documentation describing this process and how a bird is specified, so that we can try to maintain a little bit more clarity or provide a little bit more clarity for stock assessment authors in particular on when and how a BRD is specified. I think at this time we don't anticipate, there aren't changes to when and how a bird is specified. That should be no different right now than the way that authors have treated sub-area apportionments in the past. So if there is a reason that an author is looking to come forward with some type of new area apportionment or separation of a stock's ABC into certain areas, there's no change to how that would be occurring. But we recognize that everyone is seeking some more clarity around this. So we'll try to do our best to work with everyone to provide that when we have more. I think that is it on the presentation.
Thanks, Sarah. We have a question from Brad.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So first, Sarah, those numbers you provided in your example look an awful lot like big skate in the Gulf. I don't know if that was your got it wrong. Sorry. So based on this last slide, I guess my question is, with the conversation we just had, is this the time for the SSC to provide guidance as it regards this process overall? Because you mentioned sort of we'll learn as we go and we'll adapt, but one of the realities we're facing is that we have a pretty constrained schedule. We see decreases in information that are going to be essential in terms of survey data and so forth going forward, that are going to be essential for doing these spatial allocations, and to have a process where BRDs always come forward, and then after they're kind of in front of us, the questions come up about, well, how is it calculated? Should we use it? It just seems really inefficient. On the other hand, if we come forward with a broader set of recommendations now about structuring the process, that actually then overlaps with the council spatial management policy and a host of other things. But maybe it's time that we go there. So what's your guidance, I guess, to the SSC about what information would be most helpful now to advise the council, remind them of some key factors as it regards to this process, and maybe recommend some structure, or is it not time for that?
Through the chair, Dr. Harris, that all of that would be appropriate now. The council will be receiving a similar presentation at this upcoming meeting, and if there are any considerations that we have not thought of or ways that we could tweak what we've proposed here to provide more clarity, the SSC should absolutely include that in their report. And then the council can work with all of that information from the plan teams and SSC to respond to what we've proposed here, potentially provide us some direction. And then as we come back through the plan team process in November and December, we can continue trying to work out any changes or tweaks to the process that might be needed. But again, this is not set in stone yet, and it might take a few annual processes to try to get to exactly where we want to be. But any input that the SSC has on how to do that can certainly be noted in your report.
Thank you.
Next question from Sherry.
Hi, Sarah. I realize our questions kind of led to a convoluted discussion instead of your presentation. I'm wondering if you can just walk through your slide 11. I think it's a previous slide for us. This one, it might help us, and I actually, yeah, if you could run through pieces, that would be helpful.
Sure. So once a stock, let's say we are at the October meeting later this week, at the council meeting, a stock is flagged by the council for further consideration of flexibility, noting, for example, that there are changes in survey information coming up, potential changes to apportionment methodology that may result in lower tax in one area, or we have heard that there's a stock that has gone on PSC status earlier in the year, and there's additional changes in survey information coming this year. So for some reason, there's a stock that gets flagged for further consideration of flexibility at the next plan team or SSC meeting. And that would kind of trigger conversations to make sure that at those plan team and SSC meetings in the future, not to task additional work necessarily to be done before those meetings, but noting that discussions at those meetings could then be had that would be helpful for the council to have while they are considering their tax. So a possible way for the plan teams or the SSC to provide information to the council in the following meeting when there's a stock that's flagged would be providing some contextual information on stock structure. You've provided this in the past, noting what data are available and what data are not available. And whether there are, and staff can help to facilitate some of this, but trying to speak to whether there are concerns, for example, with maintaining the prior year's bird if there's a significant change in apportionments coming out of changes to apportionment methods. Other discussions that could be had that might be useful for the council are to look at prior year's TAC. If there's a substantial change in November from a previous year's subarea apportionments, would it be feasible? Is there any biological issue with the council considering a TAC that is the same as last year's? That could be kind of a benchmark for the plan team or SSC to comment on. And I think the other bullet on here, that the last two bullets, I guess we haven't hit on, so I appreciate Dr. Dressel bringing this up. A reminder that going on a species going on PSC status, so what happens when a TAC is hit, consideration of whether going on PSC status actually has biological impacts to the stock is a discussion that I think could be worth having, because the SSC's BRD is providing input for the council to use in its TAC recommendation. If that TAC is hit and a stock goes on PSC status, in practice, what happens for a lot of species is that they are essentially required to be discarded. So whether there are biological impacts of that management trigger is kind of a larger discussion and something to be considered in the SSC's conversation about whether there's a biological reason to stick to the BRD or not. The last part on here, the temporal considerations, it would be helpful for the council to know, since we go through this process every year, whether deviating a TAC from the BRD in one area by a little bit in 1 year, is that problematic? Or is it more just an issue if there were to be large deviations in TAC from the bird over time for multiple years? Is that really kind of where the SSC's flag of any biological concern would be? And then lastly, since this is again an annual process, the SSC can and does look at stocks, if not every year, every couple of years, and looking at whether there have been situations where there's a stock that continuously has a TAC. that deviates from the bird, and the SSC could speak to those.
You want to follow up, Sherry?
Nope, no follow-up. That's really helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for going through that extra material, Sarah. Do we have any other questions from the SSC? It looks like not. Thanks for walking us through that, Sarah. I note that we do have public testimony, and I would like to take a 10-minute break first, and then we will come back and start public testimony on this item. Thanks. We'll see you at 9:41. Okay, we're back from break. Just going to give people a second to get their cameras on. I want to make sure everybody's back online so that everybody can hear public testimony. And I see that we have 3 people signed up for public testimony. The first will be Sarah Webster, and we can cue that up whenever we're ready. Thanks. Sarah, go ahead when you get connected.
Good morning, chairs and members of the SSC. Just a quick sound check. Want to make sure you can hear me?
We can. Thank you. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Stewart. My name is Sarah Webster. I am the Science Projects Director for the Alaska Seafood Cooperative. We are the Harvesters Cooperative and research body for the Amendment 80 sector, which fishes for flatfish, Atka mackerel, rockfish, and Pacific cod in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and the Gulf of Alaska. Our sector is directly affected by subarea apportionments for both target and incidental species, so we appreciate the opportunity to provide some input today. I'll note that we also provided testimony to the SSC at the June Council meeting. First of all, I really want to thank the staff for their continued work in clarifying the subarea apportionment process, including the effort to update terminology and describe how these distributions are developed and applied. This is a complicated process, and the clarification, I think, is important for both stakeholders and for decision makers. We strongly support the staff recommendation to replace the term subarea ABCs with biologically informed recommended distributions, or BIRDs, though I still think that they should have been SARAs. This change is more than just semantic. It avoids confusion with true ABCs and ACLs, and it more accurately reflects the role of these distributions in management. And we encourage the SSC and the Council to adopt that terminology moving forward. We also recommend that the roles of authors, plan teams, the SSC, and the Council in the development of BIRDs and their application in the tax setting process be more clearly documented. I think that would reduce confusion, improve the transparency, and ensure that the process remains both scientifically rigorous and operationally workable. The key challenge in this discussion is balancing biological considerations with operational flexibility. And while survey-based distributions are well understood and generally supported by our members, BRDs are often treated in practice as hard caps. And in reality, in many of the cases, the tax could exceed BIRDs without conservation risk, as long as the overall ABC is not exceeded. We recommend that the SSC explicitly recognizes that flexibility and provides guidance on when it is appropriate. This would ensure tax reflects stock status and fishery dynamics, not just survey data, with known limitations in spatial coverage, selectivity, and timing. There are real-world examples where rigid application of subarea apportionments has constrained fisheries without delivering clear conservation benefits. As we brought up at the plan team, in the Gulf of Alaska, the southeast outside POP TAC has remained largely unharvested due to limited participation, when at least some portion of that likely could have been used in other areas in the Gulf. In the Aleutians, the POP and black-spotted rough-eye stocks co-occur, but they have opposite survey estimated distributions. And this has led to inefficiencies as the fleet seeks productive POP grounds while trying to avoid black-spotted rough-eye, despite significant survey limitations in capturing actual black-spotted rough-eye distributions. In both of these cases, judicious flexibility would improve yield while still meeting conservation objectives, and we really encourage the SSC to provide a clear signal that such flexibility is appropriate in certain cases. Finally, we really urge continued collaboration on cooperative surveys and research to improve the data underlying BRDs. The industry has already supported surveys for several rockfish species in the Gulf, and we are eager to expand that work to cover more areas and more species. There's also some ongoing research examining the spatial distribution of catch relative to surveys and untrawlable areas that could be used to inform BRDs where biologically appropriate. And we encourage the SSC to support incorporation of those efforts where they can to fill important data gaps. In closing, the Alaska Seafood Cooperative strongly supports staff recommendations for changes in terminology. We encourage formal clarification of roles, and we urge the SSC to promote a more balanced and flexible application of BRDs. These steps will ensure that subarea apportionments remain scientifically defensible, operationally practicable, and aligned with the Council's goals of sustainable and efficient fisheries. And we look forward to continued collaboration into contributing data, context, and cooperative research to support that goal. So thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to field questions as I can.
Great. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Webster. I see one question from Martin. Go ahead, Martin.
Yeah, thanks. I'm just wondering, I mean, part of this process actually does require sort of input from the fishing industry on where the constraints are. And so we don't normally hear about that at this meeting. And is there at least some understanding that those types of limitations need to be communicated to the plan teams and the SSC at some stage, at an early stage, at essentially this round of meetings, September, October? And I'm wondering if that's a consideration that you've thought about.
Yeah, through the chair, thank you, Dr. Dorn, for that question. Certainly it's something that we have thought about, and I think the fleet typically does try to provide information, at least during the plan team process, about some of those considerations. Perhaps not always at the SSC, and it seems like sometimes some of that communication and that testimony and working with the authors doesn't make it all the way through in the documentation. I think some more explicit direction on when and where that communication should occur and how it should be documented would probably be helpful to the entire process. Hopefully that answers your question. And I think this time frame is the right time.
Yep. Thanks. Very helpful.
Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you again for your testimony, Ms. Webster.
Thank you.
We'll now go to our next testifier, Mr. Glenn Merrill.
Thank you, Dr. Chair. Do you get me?
Loud and clear. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, members of the SSC. My name is Glenn Merrill, representing North Star Fishing Company. As Sarah just noted, we're one of the companies that participate in rockfish fisheries, primarily in the Gulf of Alaska. And I guess the theme of my testimony, hopefully relatively brief today, is the principle of bird migration. How do we want the birds to move between various areas, and what are some of the factors that we want to keep in mind? And I think the SSC conversation this morning indicated that there's that constant tension between establishing protocols or sort of procedures with things versus the flexibility and sort of an ad hoc approach. I guess I want to highlight a couple of things from Sarah's testimony that I think are really important for folks to keep in mind, and then a real-world example that we've been talking about with various industry participants, as well as stock assessment authors and some of you on the SSC. One of the things that I think overall is important to keep in mind is that it took a lot of years to get to the point where there was generally broad acceptance of the idea that survey-based apportionment between various areas was the right way to consider distributing stocks. I think that continues to have broad support. There are a number of stocks, I think Sarah has highlighted a couple of those, where some of that flexibility is appropriate. But applying that flexibility is going to require very careful consideration internally within the industry and sort of an iterative back and forth process as we see it with stock assessment authors. One of the stocks that I think we've had a lot of conversations about is Gulf of Alaska POP. I think all of you are aware we've moved to a Gulf-wide OFL and true ABC for that stock. We have a substantial amount of biomass, which is assigned to Southeast outside, where there is zero harvest. It can't be harvested with hook and line gear. There are other fisheries which participate in the Gulf of Alaska that either operate under a fully rationalized fishery, as in the Central Gulf of Alaska, or effectively in a rationalized manner because the fleet is very discreet and self-manages, and that's the case for other areas of the Gulf of Alaska. Given that, that's one of those areas where if we have flexibility in being able to move some judicious and appropriate portion of what is now the bird for Southeast outside to other areas, that could be broadly beneficial. How we do that, I think, is going to require that the industry has clear conversations about that. There are lots of different operational constraints that exist. I think it would get very complicated, very burdensome, probably extremely time-consuming if we are trying to create a sophisticated protocol for that methodology. I think we want to continue this dialogue very closely with stock assessment authors, scientists, and the plan team. We raised this issue at this Gulf plan team meeting as a heads up that this is something that folks are interested in. We've had conversations with stock assessment authors, but this is the kind of complexity I think that could bog us down if each and every stock where some limited or judicious application of the bird principle is applied becomes a major focus for the SSC. I think we want to avoid that. We want to have a flexible process, but we need to ensure that we have good communication. So I look at this as very much an iterative process over the next few years as we explore some of the flexibility that I think all of us have recognized for some stocks is appropriate. With that, I'll close my testimony. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you for that testimony, Mr. Merrill. I'm not seeing any questions. So thanks again for your testimony, and we will go on to our third testifier, Ms. Julie Bonney. Go ahead, Julie.
Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
So, I appreciate the process and kind of the change in nomenclature, and I just point out that over the years, the SSC has built some flexibility in terms of the sub-area apportionments. For example, some years we just roll over the same apportionment from the prior year just because we're concerned about the restrictions on the commercial fisheries. For this particular issue, the one stock that I would highlight that is the most constraining and the most concerning is short raker rough-eye in the Gulf of Alaska. So we have exceeded the ABC and in the Central Gulf, and that's a combination of lower ABC overall and then a smaller sub-area apportionment. So when Sarah presented, she highlighted the idea that this sub-area apportionment methodology would change. But the reality is you also have the other issue, which is the sub-area apportionment has been shifted because of the survey results. One of the things that I think for the Gulf of Alaska is the major shifts in stock abundances with rockfishes and then all the other species. And so the presentation that was put forward didn't include all the stocks. And so for me as the industry, it would be good to have every stock listed in terms of those summary slides so that you can really understand what's happening with some of the more minor species. One is short raker, which was not included on the summary slides that you saw. And I asked that at the Gulf Plan team, and I think it was something around 20% reduction. The other species that I see that could be constraining is skate. The skate, both big and long nose across the Gulf, and whether those should be shifted somewhat, because at least in one area, I think there was only 10 tons left. So to have materials available for decision making in October. And I realize the Gulf survey is only every other year, but to understand the biomass trend overall in terms of reductions in the stock, but then also how that stock is shifting across the sub areas, I think would be informative so that we could, because we're not going to really know what the outputs are until the stock assessment process moves forward. But at least it would highlight those stocks that we may have an issue with come November. So thank you. I don't really have anything else to offer. And I'll take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Bonnie. Do we have any questions?
I should add one more thing. Sorry, I shouldn't have done this, but the other thing is I think in season could highlight issues where there's stocks that are approaching the tax or that has been put on prohibited species for the decision making along with industry. So sorry for the add-on. Thank you.
That's fine. Thank you. You had a couple of minutes left anyway. I do see a question now from Sherry. Go ahead, Sherry.
Hi, Julie. Thank you for your testimony. I'm wondering if you can, I've got a couple of questions. The stock that you gave a specific example for, you said short raker rough eye. Right now, I think they're split up as rough eye black spotted and short raker. Was your comment for both, or did I just mishear?
Yeah, it's just for short raker. Sorry if I said short raker rough eye. It's short raker is definitely should be on the list for consideration for the November and December meetings. The other one that I'm focused on, I think, would be the skate complex as well. I'm not really clear about Thorny Head wasn't presented and whether there's a big reduction in those. So I'm really mostly focused on choke species that are caught incidentally in the commercial fisheries.
Great, thank you. And then one other question was, let me find it. Oh, when you said the presentation didn't include all stocks, that was, I'm assuming the survey presentations that come forward at the plan team, is that right?
That's correct. So the two that I would highlight, or there's three that weren't included: Thorny Head, Short Raker, and Skates. And in all of those, they could be Thorny Heads, maybe not, but I don't really understand the dynamics between the ABC coming down and how it's going to be apportioned. But definitely Skates would be on my list as well.
Sorry, and then one more. Okay. The other one is just these are super helpful. So the other one you asked for was looking at, how the stock is shifting across sub areas. And so I'm guessing that would be, since like you said, we don't have the biomass, that would be looking for not only survey trends, but also survey trends by sub area, which I don't know if we do right now, but am I correct that that is what you were meaning as well?
Exactly. So, we've seen over past cycles where you can see a dramatic shift with the sub-area apportionment based on the new survey information. So actually understanding that, I think, would be helpful as well. And maybe in terms of we're reporting out, they could just identify those that they've seen a large shift in so that that can be considered in any kind of decision making.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I see also a question from Martin. Go ahead, Martin.
No, that answered my question. I mean, I'm writing up the minutes for the Gulf survey, and what I heard, maybe Julie can just confirm it for me, was that you would like, in order to be able to raise red flags for, the spatial allocation, you would like to see estimates provided in September for the regional biomass estimates for essentially all groundfish species. Is that basically what you're asking for? And then maybe some analysis that would indicate whether there's been large shifts in that distribution.
Yeah, so it's two things. One is every stock should be reported in terms of the survey change in overall biomass, but then also to have some information about how the apportionments is shifting across the sub areas as well. Yes.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
Okay, seeing no further questions, thanks again for your testimony, Ms. Bonney, and for answering our questions. That concludes public testimony on spatial apportionment, and we will now go into our SSC discussion on this item. We've had a slight change in leads here. I will note that our leads for this item will be Martin and Sherry. And if you're ready, we can go right to you, Martin.
Okay, thanks. I thankfully Dana put together some really excellent notes, so I'll probably work from those primarily. Really good job, and thankfully Dana isn't here to hear that because we don't want him to get too feel too proud of himself. But any rate, first off, let's try to summarize
What do you say?
public comment. We had testimony from Sarah, oral testimony from Sarah Webster from the Alaska Seafood Cooperation corporate co-op, Glenn Merrill and Julie Bonney from the Alaska Groundfish Data Bank. I think generally there was really good, strong support for what's being proposed in terms of BRDs from all of them. Were some specifics. I think generally there was also, I think we'll probably have to work on terminology, but I think they identified a need for flexibility, but I think that their flexibility is in the TACs rather than the BRDs, which are the biologically determined values, which are the scientific input into any tax setting process at the regional level. So flexibility, there was some discussion about surveys that would be needed to close data gaps. A couple of particular issues were flagged, which is, I guess, the start of the process that we're trying to develop, which was POP in the Gulf was identified, short-breaker rockfish, as well as the skate complex. And there was a request that probably won't be here, but in the groundfish survey minutes to have the all estimates provided in September for all species, as well as information about shifts in the distribution of species. So I'm going to switch over to Dana's comments, and I will probably close to read it because I don't know that I can summarize it too well. But we should thank the council staff for their presentation to clarify the role and process of spatial apportionments. The introduction of biologically informed distributions. And I think the SSC is going to use BRDs for a while before we can switch over to birds. But as it's a welcome step forward for improving transparency in the specification process. And there are sort of aspects of this that warrant further discussion to ensure the new framework balances both flexibility as well as biological precaution. The terminology change better reflects the intent of these apportionments as precautionary and biologically grounded rather than regulatory ABCs. And it should reduce confusion that was present when when the sub-area ABC terminology was used and when they were exceeded. The SSC also agrees that socioeconomic factors remain under council purview when TACs are set and are not embedded in BRD calculations. The staff should ensure that the FMP and the SAFE documentation clearly define BRDs and highlight their role as a biological starting point for TAC deliberations. The SSC appreciates the effort to streamline the process and provide the council with structured opportunities to identify stocks where flexibility may be appropriate. The outlined approach with the council signaling stocks of concern in October for SSC plan team discussion in November, December is pragmatic and should improve communication while not causing the SSC and the council to review this for every set of recommended BRDs in every cycle. The SSC reiterates from its June minutes that harvest should generally reflect stock distribution, especially when stock structure and spatial ecology are uncertain. This approach helps maintain biocomplexity, reproductive potential, and fishing opportunities. While limited flexibility in spatial apportionment is unlikely to threaten groundfish sustainability, the SSC cautions against broadly applying it to all stocks. Survey-based apportionment has worked well in most cases, and expanding flexibility for target stocks would add unnecessary complexity. Instead, the SSC advises that any new flexibilities be applied selectively, focusing on non-target stocks with highly variable or uncertain survey estimates that can cause unstable apportionments. The SSC recommends that the added flexibility in Method B should be for addressing temporary fishery constraints and should not cumulatively shift sub-area apportionments over time towards favored sub-areas. And then there are a number of suggestions here. The process for determining whether an TAC exceeding a BRD is biologically defensible may be a little bit undeveloped, and the SSC requests more explicit criteria and examples, such as stock structure evidence, localized depletion risk, PSC concerns, to guide such evaluations. Deviations from BRDs may have cumulative impacts if large and repeated. The SSC recommends that staff track and report on cases where TACs exceed BRDs and the biological rationale for those decisions to support future review. The SSC recommends the added flexibility should be for addressing temporary fishery constraints and should not cumulatively shift sub-area apportionments over time towards favored sub-areas. Survey coverage, representativeness, and uncertainty should be explicitly addressed in apportionment recommendations and whether flexible BRDs might be appropriate. Specifically, uncertainty of BRDs, particularly in areas with sparse data, such as the Aleutians, should be quantified and communicated alongside point estimates. New methods such as REMA, VAST, or spatial temporal apportionment tools should continue to be developed and brought forward for plan team and SSC review per the status quo. So that's Dana's comments, and I guess just maybe just a little bit of discussion I would probably want to add here, in that I think we got quite a bit of additional clarity about the timeline of how it's supposed to work at this meeting, and we sort of identified September, October meetings as the place where the groundfish plan teams and the SSC identifies a need for flexibility before, and that need for flexibility may involve socioeconomic information, but also more typically will include changes in spatial allocation methods or large shifts in survey biomass. And having that information available, it would be a new part of our process, and it's not something that we have typically been concerned with during the September, October part of the meetings, although it's been done to a certain extent. And then following that sort of flagging of need for flexibility, the council provides guidance on whether that flexibility should be sort of allowed or given the situation, and that part of it still seems a little bit ambiguous to me, and it maybe the council has to be more specific about how it communicates that need in order for the plan teams and the SSC to respond to that request. Just a sort of a like something specific, potentially like 20% or 30% deviation from the BRDs. That kind of specific request would be easier for the plan teams in the SSC to address in the November, December meetings. And that presumably would be where we evaluate that need for flexibility and then provide some feedback to the council on what levels of flexibility would be justifiable. And so that's my understanding of how the process works. And I agree that this will be an iterative process to work out the kinks in this process. And it does seem like that there's going to be just generally some hard, situations where we're not comprehensive or not communicating what the needs are, and we'll have to sort of work it through as we get more experience in applying the methodologies. So that's I think the extent of my comments. Yeah. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Martin. And thanks again for stepping up on this one, noting we don't have Dana here today. We'll go to Sherry next.
Sure. Great. I want to, yes, thank council staff and all the people behind the scenes that have been working on this. Also want to extend thanks to the public testifiers for giving us additional information today. I think that in trying to do this, I wanted to come through. I'm going to name, I guess, a number of things that I think might be helpful to have in our minutes where our understanding or direction has changed from previous meetings, or the information that we've received. So things that were new to us here. And I'm going to try my best to keep this organized. I think one thing that we heard in this meeting that I don't believe that we knew in June was that the TAC may exceed the spatial apportionment on the BRD, even though this hasn't been the practice in the past. The like Martin said, we've got new terminology, the BRD instead of sub-area ABC. I too support that for reducing confusion. I wanted to highlight that understanding from the presentation today is that BRDs that we have in the table are required to add up to 100% of the ABC. And then the process will be that the SSC can then describe flexibility, like Martin said, in the TAC, in a quantitative or non-quantitative way in the test. So a little bit different than what the SSC has suggested in the past. We were talking about flexibility in the, never mind, I won't even go there. I'm just going to state this as where we are right now. I will highlight that the presentation that was given us noted that with decline in surveys that we saw this year, it's likely that the council will need to weigh in on spatial apportionment, and it will possibly give the SSC flag with stocks at this October meeting for the plan team and SSC to discuss flexibility in December. I also think that it's important to note in our report, even though it was in the presentation, that we're not changing the tables for preliminary harvest specifications in this report, but that we will see changes in the table in December. I too, like Dana's minutes, I do support flagging species instead of talking about flexibility for every single species due to bogging down plan team and the SSC in December. And we heard that also in public testimony. I do agree with Martin that, and Sarah's presentation, this is going to be a little bit challenging for process as we go through. And so my understanding for this process was actually almost opposite of Martin's, and so I'm actually be interested in hearing from others on the SSC. My understanding was that Martin said that the September and October, the plan team and SSC will identify a need for flexibility in the BRDs, and I actually don't think that that's what we were being asked. I think that that is what the council will do in October and flag stocks that they want the plan team and the SSC to discuss flexibility in December. Martin also mentioned that the council should possibly give us, it would be helpful if the council would give us, is it possible to have like a 30% flexibility in BRD? I completely agree that that would be helpful, but I can't see how they're going to do that since they won't know biomass estimates, they won't know new apportionments, and they won't know what the BRDs are going to be. So I think it's unlikely that they will have that. And so I think that where I came to was a little bit different. It seems like there would be 2 steps biologically for what the SSC could flag for the council. And that one of those is if there was a proposal for a change in methodology for spatial apportionments, like for short raker in 2023. I think that is something that the SSC needs to flag for the council so that they know that the methodology may change in December. I think that's the clearest one. If nothing else, I think that having the SSC highlight those would be valuable. And then ask authors, like we did for Greenland turbot in this meeting. Greenland turbot suggested a proposed change in the apportionment methodology, and we asked authors to bring back the old apportionment method with updated data in December, the new apportionment method with updated data in December. So I think that I think that the SSC can flag those for the council. The other piece that that Julie was talking about, and I was also looking at when there are big changes in surveyed biomass. Either overall biomass or biomass by sub-area. And I think that the council definitely will need to hear those. I do struggle with having the SSC do the highlighting of those, though, because we don't know how big of a change will be important for the council. And so I guess at this meeting, and I'd be interested in other people's thoughts, but I think that the SSC can flag possible change in methodology for apportionments. But I do suggest right now that the survey presentations that the council get, that they get that information directly from the plan teams. I just feel like that would be difficult. The SSC can highlight certain stocks that have big changes if we wish, but I think that it may be worth putting a note that the council see plan team presentations themselves, because there may be additional ones that change very little, but for stocks that are really sensitive to PSC status. And then I'm hoping that they can pick those up. As far as process, then I guess what I understood was that the council in October would highlight stocks for which they want the plan team and the SSC to discuss flexibility in our text of our report in December. A second, let me scroll down just a little bit. I think that public testimony actually highlighted something which I think is going to be important, and that I think it will also come up under other topics for the SSC, and that is that the plan team presentation for the survey presentation, I would suggest that the plan team presentation of survey results include all stocks and include, we won't have biomass by area, but we would have survey highlight survey results for every stock and percent increase and decrease by sub area. I think that's, and people can check me on that, I think that's the only information that the survey team is going to have. I don't think we're going to have stock assessment biomass. We can only do it by survey. So some of these stocks will have a couple of surveys. They may have, like, say, the Aleutians survey and the Bering Sea survey. And I think that all the plan team or the survey group will be able to show is percent increase and decrease by survey for stocks. So I think that that's a little bit tricky, but I think that that's worth including in our minutes as asking for that from the survey team in September, or the SSC's October. Dana suggested focusing this on non-target stocks, and I know that that was a phrasing that the SSC used in our report in June. But I think one of the other stocks, there's another example. POP is one stock that's come up for this, and it's not non-target. So personally, I would hesitate. I would not suggest we do this, highlight this just for non-target stocks. And then I guess one last thing was that I think part of this process, part of the struggle that we've had in the past has been that the only way that the SSC finds out about stocks that may have management concerns is through public testimony. We have not received the in-season management reports. We don't receive other things. And so I think we can highlight that having the council flag these stocks, since the council sees those, will be helpful. And I guess never mind that. I don't need to say that. So the last piece, I guess, that I think it's worth having in our minutes that public testimony highlighted let's say three stocks or stock complexes for consideration that the council may want to consider for requesting flexibility, and that was Shortraker, this Gulf Shortraker, Gulf Skates, and possibly Gulf Thorny Head. And I think some of those may come up for us later. I think that methods that we can say that the SSC, methodological changes that the SSC can highlight at this point. Greenland turbot, it's a potential change in spatial apportionment for in December. We already noted that. And I think that at this place, we can also request for methodological changes. I think we can highlight that if the Shortraker was not a full assessment this year, so the SSC did not see it in the plan team reports. And we also didn't see it in any of the survey overviews. But in 2023, authors brought forward a methodological change for apportionment for Shortraker. The SSC delayed doing that. We said we supported it, but we delayed it. And it will be an update assessment this year. So at this point, I would suggest that we note for the council that if the authors bring forth that same methodological change for apportionment for Shortraker, that stock the council may want to consider for flexibility, for requesting flexibility or requesting that we look at flexibility. That's all I've got.
Excellent. Thanks, Sherry. And perhaps one point of clarification on a comment you made. Let me just find it here. So we've been having some discussion about the presentation of survey results for all species. I think Martin or Dana mentioned including sub-area trends in those presentations. You rephrased that into a percent increase or decrease. And I'm wondering, for species where we're actually using model-based apportionment approaches, is a raw trend from the survey actually going to be sufficient? Or do we really need to ask, and I don't know, maybe it's too soon for authors to even have done the work to actually show us what the apportionment, or show the council what the apportionment would look like? And you don't necessarily have to answer that, but I'm throwing that out there as a question that I'm wondering about.
Sure, I'd like to just clarify. I totally agree with Martin. I mean, if we've got surveyed biomass by area, that's great. I just knew that we wouldn't have the stock assessment biomass by area. But you're right. For model based, we don't know that this. Yeah, we don't know that those percentages would relate. So we may not. Neither we nor the council may receive that information in.
I don't see how that's possible, to be honest.
Right.
Yeah, thanks. I don't either. So perhaps at this point, we just flag that as something that we're going to need to figure out as this process evolves. What's the best and most complete information that can be delivered early in the season like that? Franz, go ahead. I see you waiting there.
Yeah, thanks. This is a somewhat different topic, but I mean, generally, I appreciate the presentation and all the thinking on that, and I largely support the approach for kind of clarifying the process and making it a bit more proactive while ensuring some flexibility. One aspect that I don't like is that once a stock is flagged, and that may be a little bit in the wording on one of the process slides, was that it essentially reverses the burden of proof for having sub-area ABCs or BRDs. I think the way I understood that is that the SSC is asked to show that a specific BRD is necessary to constrain the attack, rather than what we typically would do, showing that exceeding a BRD has some risks associated with it, and then trying to quantify or at least characterize that risk as best as possible. And that may be a subtle, but I think it's an important distinction, and hopefully that can be clarified as showing that particular BRD is necessary, would be exceedingly difficult. And then I think following up on that and in terms of how this might work at the in our discussions at the SSC when we're asked to consider flexibility. I think for describing the risk, which is essentially kind of a combination of the risk of local depletion related to any potential stock structure, and then uncertainty in the area apportionments themselves, I would suggest that we would benefit from guidance on how we go about translating that concern, like different metrics of genetic structure and what's easier is the levels of uncertainty in the area apportionments, and how we translate that into some acceptable level of flexibility, along the lines of some of the ideas that we had discussed before, and while still then applying it on a case-by-case basis. It may take a while, for whoever would develop that kind of framework, but I think it would behoove us to do so, kind of rather than going through, this process repeatedly on a case-by-case basis, which would likely result in a lot of inconsistency in what we do over time. So that's just a suggestion. Not disagreeing with what is being proposed to you, but in parallel also trying to develop some guidance for us how we actually go about specifying flexibility when asked to do so.
Thanks, Franz. Pat, next.
Yeah, if Sherry wanted to respond to that. No. She
Sure,
did.
go ahead. Go ahead, Sherry. Thanks, Pat.
Thanks, Franz. Thank you for raising that. I have forgotten to include a comment in my notes, and that is that, like you just said, the SSC hasn't figured out a quantitative way to discuss flexibility. We proposed it and proposed taking that to the plan team, but for this cycle, we don't have that. And so I think it may just be worth putting a note in our minutes that we haven't yet discussed that. And because of that, the flexibility discussion we will likely have in December is just a qualitative discussion in our minutes. Unless anybody else sees another way to do this. And I will note that the reason I say that is because the SSC chairs have presented to the council in the past in trying to describe how much conservation concern do we have. And it feels like it hasn't been terribly helpful for the council to hear us say that we have some conservation concern, not much conservation concern, but that may be where we are this year.
Thanks, Sherry. Now back to you, Pat.
Great. Thanks, Ian. Yeah, no, this is just like a personal clarification for me from Sherry. Sherry, you said something that the BRDs should add up to 100% of the ABC. Is there ever a reason why they wouldn't, like if it was like lower or something like for prohibitive species captures? Or I'm just curious if that's the way it is. I understand.
Sherry, go ahead.
Nope. I think the key is that the BRDs are going to be done in the BRDs in the table are to be done the exact same way that we've been doing them in the past. The only clarification reason I brought it up is because the SSC has a couple of sets of minutes where we suggested new ways to doing this when we were trying to talk about flexibility, and we had talked about changing those numbers. But nope, the way that was proposed and that we have sort of that we are looking to possibly support this meeting is to do it the exact same way before, and then just discuss flexibility in the port sections text.
Thank you, Sherry. Appreciate it.
Great. And Brad, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the risk of sticking my beak in here, it feels like we're winging it a little bit. And so I wanted to circle back around and ask process-wise. We've been on this topic now for quite a while. I know our agenda has limited time. We've sort of talked about what we need to do here and opportunities down the line. But it really feels to me like with the shift from our interpretation of the sub-area apportionments as sort of binding components of the ABC to a framework that's really about providing the council with scientific advice about spatial apportionment, that it's also incumbent upon the SSC to talk about the information products we think need to be brought forward to the plan team and to the SSC to then inform a conversation about flexibility, rather than go the other direction where we get this information. We're not sure if it has sort of conservation benefits. We then have to discuss whether or not there needs to be flexibility on the back end. The reason I bring this up is I think is I have some suggestions about what those information products might be, so many of which are already coming forward to us, but just in siloed fashion. How those might get pulled together in sort of a package of information, and then at least perhaps move forward a little bit in terms of process recommendation. But as you might imagine, to tick through those things right now is going to take a minute. And so is this the time to do it? Staff kind of indicated that it was, or is it better to hold on that and perhaps bring it forward in a future meeting, so that we can, I'm concerned, I guess, overall that this process with where we stand right now invokes a tremendous amount of information and data dependency. It invokes all sorts of things, time, effort, and resources. And I don't think we can afford to continue sort of this ad hoc approach to any of the things that we do. And so my inclination is to try to bring structure now, but this might not be the best time. So what's your advice?
Thanks for bringing that up, Brad. At this meeting, I think we need to think a little bit tactically in that we're going to have this process is unfolding between now and December. And so I wonder if a compromise between having the full discussion now and having none of the discussion now would be to prioritize if we have specific recommendations for information that should be brought forward in December to inform our thinking on this, and it should and can be brought forward in December, we should do that. But then we can also perhaps add to our discussion on this item a recommendation that the SSC itself take this item back up for further discussion and further development of this process. I think this follows along quite nicely with Franz's comment about not taking this on a case-by-case basis, but trying to think more strategically about it. But I don't know that we have the bandwidth to do that right now, as you've accurately pointed out. So my question to you, Brad, would be, are there some specific recommendations in addition to our need to take this up more broadly that we could make now for this, specifically to this year's process?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think so. I think the challenge, given that we haven't had this centralized conversation is the degree to which we need to explain our rationale for those in this public setting. So the process-wise, everybody knows where the SSC is headed, rather than just a bullet list of recommendations. So to do it justice, that's why I asked the question. I think there are definitely some things that could be brought forward in December, and there's some things that we could remind the council of regarding this entire tool set, which is really designed to produce, reduce the risk of localized depletion as it regards conservation. And so I think there are some important things we can put forward in the minutes, but I don't know what we have in terms of time and whether or not that might be best done later on. So I'll leave it to you. I'm happy to tick through what I have in my notes as quickly as I can, but I want to be respectful of the time frame.
Thanks for that, Brad. I'm inclined to go ahead and give you the latitude to list things that we think can be brought in December, and then turn the rest of this into a broader recommendation that we revisit the topic. And I personally, stepping out of the chair role, I would comment that I think we may need to actually try this out a little bit before we know how to structure the larger discussion. And it might actually be helpful in terms of our process to step through this once as a pilot or an interim approach this December. And then we may be very well poised to have a better and more efficient, broader discussion about the types of information products we need. Although that does make these initial recommendations that we make potentially less informed. So go ahead, Brad. Give us what you think we should be seeing in December.
Okay, thanks, Ian. And I'm going to try to keep it at a high level as possible, mostly as a way to. So I really like what you just suggested, where the details may be forthcoming and we grow into them organically as we watch how the process unfolds. But I think we need to signal to the council now that these are some of the areas that we see as important for their consideration. So appreciate the comments made already. I think the SSC should support this proposal going forward. And I believe my understanding is this is really an opportunity for us to shift from binding to scientific advice that allows for a little bit softer, more flexible approach. So I think first and foremost, we've heard it repeatedly, whether it's BRDs, sub-area ABCs, all of these depend on spatially explicit survey biomass estimates and have a high reliance on National Marine Fisheries Survey coverage, analytical resources, and the ability to produce robust sub-area indices. So I think going forward, in addition to getting the presentations from the Science Center on the survey coverage, it would be ideal to have information on realized or on survey coverage by strata and sub-area, as well as realized fishing distributions, so that we can assess whether or not the inputs are sufficient to calculate a BRD on the front end at all. And in cases that they don't meet that criteria, these just might be foregone, in which case if the council wants to have further information or options for spatial management, the SSC could propose other options, or the plan team could, like habitat indices, structured averaging like we do now. So information specifically on the way the BRD is dependent on the survey and the data, leaning into whether or not there's sufficient information to do a local calculation to begin with. Next, I think we should use information we have already at our disposal to inform the council on policy-driven fishing distributions that are already in play. So fishing patterns are often shaped by policy constraints, PSC limits, for example, time area closures, cooperative allocations. They're all already in our process. These can generate distortions that might generate conflicting pressure on fishers, like we heard in public testimony. In the case of catch-based allocations like Tier 6 stocks in particular, this actually undermines the biological representativeness of the BRD to begin with. And so there's examples in the plan team and GOA minutes, joint plan team and GOA minutes, where they're highlighting these types of issues. I think the SSC should recommend that analysts explicitly evaluate whether closures, PSC limits, and policy-based measures are biasing BRD inputs, and this can be documented within the SAFE chapters. And survey, in the case of survey, or where survey-based methods are available versus catch-based methods, recognizing these are likely to be different. And so this is just sort of authors highlighting these particular aspects of the information products as it regards their stock, so that when a BRD comes before us, we have those handy to look at. Habitat constraints, I think it's been repeated already in our conversations and in public testimony, especially when it comes to the Gulf and the Aleutians. The trawl survey is limited to trawlable habitats, while fleets are increasingly prosecuting fisheries in these areas that are classified as untrawlable. This mismatch is really important, and so it potentially risks underestimating biomass in sub-areas and biasing allocations. I think the SSC should recommend that these the survey coverage is routinely documenting in those presentations the extent of untrawlable habitats in these sub areas, including the distribution of where the fleets are actually fishing. This information is already readily available, it just isn't packaged up as it regards these sub area conversations. And then we can highlight as the SSC cases where the BRDs are likely biased by survey domain limitations, and that can be part of our flexibility conversation. Spatial closures and inter-BRD dynamics is the next one. So spatial closures already serve as implicit apportionment measures. The BRDs are applied in addition, so that realized harvest patterns can diverge from the recommended distributions. And in multi-species fisheries in particular, the PSC-driven dynamics or choke species-driven dynamics create cascading inefficiencies. We already heard public testimony about this. And so I think the recommendation would be to identify where closures materially constrain harvest distributions relative to the BRDs or the sub areas. So we can see where the overlaps are, say, between marine mammal closures and many of the other processes that actually push fleets around. And then there's research recommendations that may come forward in terms of how to simulate some of those things, but that would be a follow-up. So we would like to see just the information on overlap of existing spatial policies that could influence fishing in and around these BRD areas. Regulatory inefficiencies, I think, need to be brought forward because they're key trade-offs. So BRDs shift catch often into lower density sub areas, could reduce CPUE, increasing effort required harvest attack. Two major consequences. First is more fishing equals more habitat interactions and potentially sensitive habitats, and exposure to PSC. Gears in the water longer, that's something that could potentially be concerned. So the SSC, I think, could ask that CPUE and PSC rates be provided or tracked by these management areas as a metric that we in the council would probably want to see to inform whether or not those trade-offs are likely a concern. Another key piece for flexibility. I think more broadly, we need to signal to the council that the conservation rationale and policy context here is really important. And there's some really fundamental questions that we haven't really resolved. First is, why is localized depletion a concern? Concentrated harvest can erode subpopulations, spawning aggregations, and so forth. But what do we define as localized depletion? Depletion relative to what? And how does this align with some of our other goals like rationalization? And so finally, big picture, setting up some sort of criteria for asking those questions and then framing it in terms of what if we get it wrong? So here, my recommendation is to basically create a sort of side-by-side comparison between whether you have a BRD or maybe no spatial apportionment, what are the likely conservation benefits, risks, and trade-offs, and information demands, so that the council is reminded to ask those questions, and so are we. And I don't think that would be very complicated for us to put together as guidance by December, or at least request input from plan teams. Finally, I think it's important we put before the plan teams a request to think about information criteria. What are the minimum standards that we would say are required for a calculation of a BRD, noting that if we produce poorly supported BRDs and move them through the process, even with caveats, the risk is that we give them undue influence in the policy process when we probably shouldn't have estimated them to begin with. So I would offer a suggestion that we ask for information about survey coverage, and establish a minimum threshold for what we need to have in terms of sampling within a spatial domain to consider that sufficient. Data recency. Are we using information that is contemporary? What is the time frame, the minimum time frame we think would be appropriate? Analytical reliability. We already have many metrics of uncertainty that we could use here, and a threshold in terms of those. Stock status is another one for rebuilding and declining stocks. We might have a different approach. What's the status there? And then finally, methodology. It's already been noted that this is likely to be localized in terms of various different approaches depending on the stock. And so here we would potentially request that in their next series of meetings, the plan teams actually discuss whether we could produce hard and fast criteria and guidance to determine first when a BRD is appropriate to be estimated, and then how to communicate the level of information support associated with those categories.
Thanks, Brad. One clarifying question for you. Although that list does sound like some of those things are possible for December, would you be comfortable with language in our report suggesting that this description would be an ideal suite of information for our decision making, and that we recognize we may not get all of those for year one here as we work through this process for the first time?
Absolutely, Ian. I think I wouldn't anticipate being able to do that, but we tend to do best in our interactions with the council when we can signal to them beforehand where we're headed and why. Here are some near-term things that can be done, which is likely at the discretion of the analysts. They have a full plate already, but that ultimately here's where we'd like to end up, or at least it sets up a straw man from which we can work. And then identify areas that we can't achieve that become research priorities. So I think absolutely.
Thanks, Brad. And thanks for waiting, Martin. Go ahead.
Yeah, we'll just request to Brad if that does go into the minutes, could you provide me with that list so I can include them? Because I'm a little short-handed here. I was just a really simple thing. I mean, I'm kind of blown away by the detail and just like that is not the role of the SSC in the sense that, it's what you have analysts work up and prepare the information for us to look at rather than to just have it all dumped out on us in a sort of big dump in December, because there's, we would need essentially somebody to work up that and provide us with a conclusion rather than for having us look at all that information. It's just way beyond our bandwidth. But yeah, just reflecting on that. But what I was wanting to do was something very simple, and that Sherry had mentioned that we were thinking about things a little differently, and I don't know that that's true, but really and maybe it's just because I wasn't using the same language that she understood in the same way I was trying to say it. But what happens in the September, October meetings is that we are tasked with identifying for further evaluations stocks which may warrant flexibility for a TAC to deviate from the BRD. That's what they're asking us to do, and whether that's sort of I guess the terminology I used was just whether we would identify a need for flexibility, which is maybe subtly different and than that language. But just to clarify with Sherry that you understand that sort of identification process that is intended to occur in September and October by the plan team and the SSC.
Sherry, do you want to respond?
Yeah, sure. This is helpful, Martin. And I did wonder if we're using different language. It's interesting. I don't think of us as identifying stocks with a need for flexibility because it's like in our June minutes we talked about, the BRDs are set up sort of as there's a general understanding that distributing biomass over areas is helpful, and so that's what we provide. That's sort of that's like a goal for the tax. And I think it would be the council to say whether there are fishery concerns where we should deviate from that. And so I see it as the council is like asking, identifying stocks for which they want to know whether there's flexibility biologically. For us, when I think of information that we would come forward with, it's the council will definitely know, what say the tax were for last year. And the ABCs were for last year. And whether or no, now say last year's ABC would be constraining for a stock, but what they won't know is how the ABC and the BRDs will change this year. And so the highlights that I think that we could give them would be survey changes, because that may affect an ABC change from year to year. And any information on what apportionment might be, which you'll have a better idea than I will, but I think it's survey biomass or survey proportion by area, because that's the only information we're going to have as to how apportionment may change this December compared to last.
Okay, thanks. It is viewed, and I see Sarah's hand up, so maybe you should ask her or Chris. But it is what she's laid out is some kind of flagging process, and it's not flagging the need for flexibility, but it's flagging whether the council we're flagging species where the council determines the need for flexibility. But we are flagging stocks or situations where, we're bringing them to the council's attention for the reasons you just listed, which, is kind of a weird thing, but I think that's the way to understand it.
Yeah, I think that what we're flagging is where BRDs may change from last year. And the two pieces are overall abundance and distribution. Anything we have on that is the new information that I think that the council would want in order for them to flag. Am I saying the same thing?
Pretty much, I think, but I think there was also a recognition that socioeconomic factors could come into play, and that there would be a sort of in-season report that would sort of identify what sort of constraints the fisheries is operating under. And again, I would see those as things that would be flagged through that September, October meeting process, but generally identified by the plan team, because they have closer access to those information sources, and then the SSC would just sort of look at that and pass it forward. At least that's the way I'm seeing it.
So we don't usually step out of discussion, but I do want to recognize that, Sarah, you had your hand up. And if you think you can provide a clarification for us, I'm welcome your input here. So go ahead, Sarah.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Sorry to be out of process here. I think you got there. That's why I just lowered my hand. Dr. Dressel described what we laid out essentially, if you go to slide 10 in the presentation, I think what we would be looking for is the plan teams and SSC to provide, as you normally do when there are large decreases in biomass, or there are proposed changes to apportionment methods, and you typically do note those in your reports. It's the role of the staff, our in-season folks at NIMS that do sit on the plan teams and provide input to those presentations to highlight when stocks have reached PSC status. And then the council, with all of this information, all of that flagging is brought to the council, and the council then identifies or flags those stocks or additional stocks for other reasons that they think would warrant this additional discussion by the advisory bodies. So hopefully that helps.
It does. Thanks for that clarification, Sarah. And Chris, I see you've been waiting. Thanks. Go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. I just have a couple of points that I just want to make sure. I think they've been touched on at least in bits and pieces, but just things that have been kind of resonating with me. So one, the thing that I don't have a good concept of are what is or are the metrics of our conservation concerns, if we have them, and how do we document what those are? Is it a 10% decline in some high resolution spatial abundance? Is it a decline in fishery CPUE performance? What is going to document those types of things? Two, we've heard some that we really are going to need an increase in data streams, but we have decreasing resources across the board. This just seems like a problem, period, to try to do what we're trying to do. And additionally, we have some assessments at the OFL ABC level that have strong retrospective patterns or various other things that how can we convince ourselves that we can do something on a finer resolution when our whole scale resolution of our abundance estimates are maybe not great. And lastly, kind of related to all these things, is whether we should be modifying or taking these things up annually or do this on a 3 to 5 year range where we can accumulate some data over years across some of that natural variability of all these data streams and make maybe a more, maybe not informed decision on how those BRDs should change over time. It just seems like we're just going to be chasing our tails to some extent based on the previous things that I mentioned. So those are my thoughts. Those thanks.
Thanks for those comments, Chris. Seeing no further questions. Sherry's got one. Go ahead, Sherry. Hang on. Yep, we're unmuted.
Sure. These were, I want to thank Brad for digging in to topics. I think that Ian may have covered it. I too had hesitation that we might be able to come up with all of this in a particular year. And I think that your list was great in that it includes, interactions between policies and biological information. And I also, like Martin, I'm not positive if the authors are going to be able to get all of that together. But I think that if we list it as these are things that would be helpful without having it as a required list, it's something we can move towards, which I think is what you had highlighted, Brad. One thing that Franz mentioned about what I said, and now I'm going to say about yours, is I do wonder, there were a number of times where you said that we should sort of look for proof that the BRDs are good, and it sounded like we were switching. It sounds like compared to our SSC minutes in June, where we talked about, spreading biomass spreading harvest out spatially in proportion to biomass is an important tenet and valuable for, moving for avoiding localized depletion. It sounds, it seems like we may want to focus on where there is flexibility in the BRDs rather than trying to justify that we should be doing BRDs, although I realize that's kind of a circular, maybe it's a chicken and egg thing. But I don't know that in December, we're going to be able to evaluate whether all of our stocks that have BRDs should have BRDs. Okay, good. I see you shaking your head. Whew. Okay, that's great. Then I would, and you can come back on it and clarify stuff if you want, Brad. The things that I thought of was two things to add to your list, Brad, and these are things that already exist, but the authors may be able to bring it together for us. And that is, for any stock that's highlighted by the council as, looking at flexibility. Two other pieces of information, if there's genetic information on sorry, let me take that one back. If there's a stock structure template for that stock, we've had trouble finding those sometimes because they're in different places, and maybe asking an author to bring that back in their November plan team so that at least we're aware of where that is. I think that would be helpful because that will likely go into our discussion of what risk is there if, if TAC is not directly in proportion to our best estimate of abundance. So the localized depletion issue. As far as when Ian talked about process, and you had mentioned that it may be worth, flagging that the SSC should have a broader discussion of what type of information should be brought to inform this. I think it would also be worth inviting thoughts from the groundfish plan team. Now, I recognize that next September is not terribly helpful. November may be cramped, but I think we can just ask for that broadly. I also do know that they are meeting in January to talk about a harvest control rule. I don't want to affect their agenda for that, but I think we can just add broadly that we would also be interested in, in groundfish plan team thoughts on what information can inform this flexibility question.
Thanks, Sherry. Did you have more, or is that it?
No, that was all. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Seeing no further questions, I feel like we've pretty much run the course of our discussion here. I'll do my best to summarize. We've covered a little bit of ground and changed our general opinions have morphed a little bit during the course of this discussion, but I think that's good, and I feel like we've come to some general conclusions. We'll begin our minutes by thanking council staff. We'll note the public testimony we received, mainly supporting the BRDs and also flagging some specific stocks, including POP short raker skates and possibly thorny heads in the GOA. Per public testimony, we will recommend some increased presentation of survey results moving forward, and perhaps leave some interpretation open there in terms of what degree of sub-area trends or percent increases and decreases we might be able to see. We might also flag that as something we need to further develop in the future as we look at specific cases that may or may not have model-based estimators or other approaches to spatial apportionment. We will also note that those presentations should also go to the council and the plan teams as well as the SSC, because we may not be able to flag all those on our own. In general, I think the SSC is going to support the terminology change to BRDs as it better reflects the usage than the previously used ABCs. We'll recommend that staff ensure that BRDs are clearly defined in some place that's easily accessible to everybody in the process. I think we'll support that this general approach to identifying BRDs and having them be flagged in the process for further discussion seems like a pragmatic way forward. It recognizes that there is some flexibility in some of these what were historically ABCs, and we will note that some limited flexibility is likely sustainable, but as we've noted in our previous minutes, this probably shouldn't be applied to all stocks or on a long-term basis. The SSC will recommend against applying this kind of change, this shifting of sub-area apportionments consistently over time, unless we evaluate it as such. We are going to need quite a bit of further development of criteria and examples of when we would determine that a TAC greater than a BRD might be biologically acceptable. We've noted that we do have some concern over cumulative impacts, that we would want to track and report cases where BRDs have been exceeded over time, and that we would be interested in the role of uncertainty in the apportionment calculations, and particularly flagging those cases where we know there are sparse information. We support the continued development of VAST and REMA and other methods to improve our approaches to apportionment. We got some clarity in this meeting about how the timeline of the process has worked, and I think after quite a bit of discussion, I think we identified that in general, the council will flag these cases where the SSC should be considering whether there could be flexibility around the BRDs. We've identified that the SSC and the plan teams will be to some degree responsible for flagging changes in apportionment methodology and perhaps changes in surveys, noting that we won't always know when those survey changes will interact in a challenging way with previous or future tax. We did, in fact, already flag a Greenland turbot as a potential change in apportionment as an example of this in our minutes. We see this process as being iterative and continuing to unfold in terms of the degree of communication between the council, the plan teams, and the SSC. We would like to see, at least initially, perhaps specific requests for flexibility rather than broad requests, but noting that there may not be a number value that we can look at. We did note that for our purposes, bringing forward a previous method or a previous result would be helpful for us to at least bookend the discussion. We will express our concern that just because a stock is flagged for further consideration, that this should not necessarily reverse the burden of proof, that we are still on record with our default remaining that spreading out harvest based on stock distribution is our preferred approach. And then we will provide a fairly considerable list of items of informational products that should be brought forward to inform our process. And I won't go through the entire list, but noting that Brad did a great job of covering those. But just briefly, things including survey coverage by strata, fishing distributions, habitat constraints, spatial closures and actions, regulatory inefficiencies and management actions, clear definitions of what would constitute local depletion, perhaps evaluation of what the consequences might be in terms of conservation risks and trade-offs if we were to get the wrong answer in terms of flexibility in BRDs, minimum standards for calculating BRDs that might be based on survey coverage, data recency, stock status, and other methods. metrics of conservation concerns that we would identify, and if there is one available, a stock structure template for that particular species. We will perhaps temper this request, realizing that ideally we would like a comprehensive presentation of all these things with a synthesis by the analysts and a conclusion for us to base our decisions on, but that this may not happen in the first iteration of this process, and that the SSC, we might want to flag that we may need to have another broader discussion of this, and perhaps invite the groundfish plan teams to join that discussion, or to have one on their own and provide us some additional input, and that might work well after this first round of the process. We will note that we do have some concern over simultaneously increasing our data needs, while we recognize decreasing resources for these questions. We can flag that some of these decisions may actually make more sense over a period of years rather than to be made annually. And again, we may feel that out as we go. I think we'll highlight some of the clear changes in our understanding from previous meetings, and be very specific that now we recognize that the TAC can be greater than the BRD in some cases. We recognize the new terminology around the BRD, and I'm saying BRD, but I like bird too. We'll recognize that birds do add up to 100% of the ABC, but the SSC can then describe some flexibility around those. We are looking to the council to weigh in and give the SSC specific flags for our December meeting. We're not changing the preliminary specifications for this year, but we do expect the specifications in December to reflect this new terminology around BRDs. And we also note that with regard to public testimony, it's preferable for the public testimony on which stocks to flag to go to the council rather than receiving this directly at the SSC, where we are then in a position of trying to make the decision about whether or not it elevates a stock to the point of needing to flag that. We were looking to the council for that guidance. And I think that's what I had in my notes. If you had a point that I missed, please speak up. Martin, go ahead.
Yeah, just I think I said this once before already, but people, there's a lot here, and I have Dana's notes, but if you have bullets that you would like included in the minutes, please send them to me. Like, this is ended up being a pretty large task for all the assignments for me, so it'd be really good to have that contribution if possible.
Yes, and thanks for taking this one on, Martin. So with that, what I'd like to do is take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to come back, and we're not going to get all the way through the GOA before lunch, obviously, but I'd like to get a start on the GOA plan team report before lunch. So we'll come back at 11:30 and get started on GOA plan team. Thanks.
Hey, kitty, kitty. Hey, hey. Hey. I feel like you're a happy cat.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We are now back from break, and we're going to get a start on the GOA Plan Team report before lunch here. Obviously, we have fewer presenters available to us today, so we'll be relying heavily on Sarah for this presentation. I'll note that we're going to take the format of the GOA Plan Team report and actually the Bering Sea after this slightly differently than we've taken these other items, in that we're going to go through the full GOA Plan Team report, which is going to include a summary of whatever's left in the report beyond the bottom trawl survey that we already took, as well as the harvest projection for deepwater flatfish, which we need to sign off on at this meeting. The report section lead that I have for this is Martin. Sorry, Martin, you've inherited another one from missing NOAA employee today. We'll try to help you out on that one. We then will move into proposed model runs for GOA Pollock and the ESP, and the leads I have on that are Franz and Chris Sidden. Then we will move into rough-eye, black-spotted, and POP proposed models, and the leads that we have remaining on that one are Andrew. So thanks, Andrew, for covering that one now by yourself. Then we will have Arrowtooth with the ESP, Rexol, and shallow water flatfish proposed models. That'll be Fabio and Andrew again. And we'll go through all of these topics. We will take one round of public testimony. So for the public, if you have any testimony remaining on any of these Gulf issues, we'll take it all together, and then we'll step through our discussions, and we'll break our discussions up by topic, but we'll do them all at the end of this. Are there any procedural questions before we get going? Okay, thanks. I will hand over to you, Sarah.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think I've ordered this presentation in the order that you just described. I missed whether or not you said to do the harvest projection first. So just let me know if I'm not on the right stock, since I know you have leads set up at certain times here. Let me pull this presentation up.
And to clarify, Sarah, you can go through in any order you want. We have all the leads assigned and all the pieces covered. So you can just go through and maybe keep your eyes open for a break in roughly half an hour or so for lunch, if you find a good break point. Thank you.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you. So again, for the record, Sarah Cleaver, council staff. I am merely the Gulf of Alaska Groundfish Plan Team Coordinator. I'm presenting on behalf of my plan team co-chairs. It's unfortunate that we can't have them here today, Jim Iannelli and Chris Lunsford. Really big thanks to them for helping pull these slides together. And it is a shame that after all the work that the authors have put in up until this point and the plan team, that we couldn't have all of them online to provide input or answer questions on their work. But those are the times we are in. So I will refer you to the documents that are included for you and the slides that the assessment authors provided during their plan team presentations, as well as our plan team report that's on your e-agenda. But hopefully I can try to do all of their work some semblance of justice here today. So first, I just want to highlight, actually before we get there, our team membership has changed a little bit. After many years, Sandra Lowe has stepped down from the Groundfish Plan team, and she's provided a lot of dedication to the plan team over the years. Hopefully we can have an in-person November meeting to properly celebrate and acknowledge her work over the years, but she will be missed on our team. Fortunately, we do now have Megan Bryan from REFM, the REFM division, on our golf team now, and we appreciate Megan's participation in this process. So I have, again, tried to do the presentation based on the SSC's internal schedule. We can move around if needed at all, but first I have just highlighted that we do have this harvest projection. We only have one. It's for deep water flatfish, and that we reviewed at the plan team in September, and so the job ahead of the SSC is to review that as if it's your final crack at it, instead of bringing that back to you in November. So I will get to that. And I've just highlighted on. So this is everything that all the topics that the plan team received at our meeting. And I've highlighted on this next slide the types of assessment products that we expect you all to receive in November. The highlighted ones are those stocks that we are going over at this meeting that the plan team received presentations on. So anything that was a full assessment with proposed model changes, we reviewed at the plan team, you will review. The harvest projection you will review now, and then in November we will receive all of those full assessments. We will receive all of the update assessments, and then catch reports will also be provided as part of our SAFE report in November and December. So just starting off with general comments, we had several assessments that investigated the input sample sizes and weighting compositional data, and the plan team made some stock specific recommendations, but acknowledged that all assessments deal with this issue, and the authors that have stocks that deal with this issue are encouraged to investigate available methods and be aware of any new research that may help to try to determine the appropriate input sample size weighting schemes. Additionally, during the plan team meeting, we had a presentation on Pacific cod temperature time series and information there. And so during that presentation, the team acknowledged that multiple assessments aside from Pacific cod may use or might potentially be able to use water temperature covariates. And the team recommended that authors collaborate across assessments to potentially develop products like this that they all could use, and products that could be used to calibrate their numerical models. There's more on that specific presentation in our report and our slides. I don't know if our slides are linked in our PowerPoint here. I think some of them are, but if not, all the presentations from the plan team are linked in the headers of the plan team reports. As I said before, we had only one harvest projection across all Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and Gulf stocks for Gulf deep water rockfish. Carrie McGilliard's the author of this, and Chris Lunsford was able to provide a presentation on this, so thanks to him during the plan team meeting. This next slide is providing the information that Dr. McGilliard provided for the deepwater flatfish complex. As a reminder, that complex consists of Dover sole, Greenland turbot, deep sea sole, and Kamchatka flounder. And Dover sole is assessed using an age-structured model and Tier 3 determination. So the single species projection model was run using parameter values from the accepted 2023 assessment model that was run with updated catch information for 2023 to 2025 to predict stock status for Dover sole in 2026 and 2027, and to make ABC recommendations for those years. And then the other stocks beyond Dover sole, Greenland turbot, Kamchatka flounder, and deep sea sole, those all fall under Tier 6, and so the ABCs and OFLs for those species are based on historical catch. Overall, I think, let's see, you can see its catch on this slide. Overall, catch, yes, it is on this slide. Catch remains pretty low, very low compared to ABC, and preliminary indications from the 2025 survey, while they're not included in the September documents, preliminary indications show an increase of 33% in Dover sold biomass. There is a full assessment planned in 2027, and there was no recommendation or change from the maximum ABC. This slide just provides the area apportionments for deep water flatfish. The random effects model is used here for these apportionments, and there were not any changes to the apportionment percentages since the last full assessment. So this slide just shows the resulting apportionments as well as the ABC for the whole complex. The team agreed with the author's recommendations for OFLs and ABCs and recommended, related to our last conversation, the team recommended using the new terminology for birds. There was some discussion about whether or not this document needed to have that change in it, or whether there could be a change to that in the November document. But coming out of this council meeting, we will work with the assessment authors to reflect the changes as needed and get those prepared for our December meeting, but there wouldn't be any substantial changes made. As a reminder, also related to our last conversation, the ABCs and OFLs for this stock with this harvest projection will not be reflected in the proposed 2026 and 27 OFLs and ABCs. So in your table that you recommend coming out of this meeting, for consistency with prior years, the new information from the harvest projection will not be included, but you will include the outputs from your recommendations on this stock reflect those in the final OFLs and ABCs after the December meeting, even though you're reviewing them at this meeting. I think that is what I have on our one harvest projection. I don't see any questions. Moving into our surveys for Gulf Pollock, our acoustic surveys. So Darren Jones provided a summary of the results of the 2025 Winter Pollock pre-spawning acoustic trawl survey. The overview that we received from Darren included the areas that were sampled and an explanation of some of the survey cancellations and the delays that were faced due to ship breakdowns. So the survey team did not get to the Shumagon Islands, Prince William Sound, or Kenai region. The surveys were just focused on the Shelikof Strait, the Shirkoff Shelf Break, and Marmot Bay. And the slides that they provided during the plan team presentation have some graphics on these areas that they did and did not get to. The survey timing for Shelikof Strait survey, it was delayed, but looking at the ratio of spawning to spent females indicated that the timing of the survey was adequate. And as far as length distributions, make sure I have the right slide up here. As far as length distributions, and pulling up my laser again, the figure on the right, so down here on the bottom, is 2025 all the way up to 1995 for length distributions, and the 2025 adult fish length distribution was roughly similar to 2024. In 2025, there were a number of age 1 fish that were seen, and the figure shows numbers. This is not biomass. but noted on the slide also is that biomass was up 13% and abundance was up 146% due to all of those age 1 fish. The Chirikov shelf break region biomass was down 16% and the numbers were down 31%. The majority of the adult fish there were presumed to be age 4+, and the Marmot Bay area had sparse adult aggregations. I don't have a separate slide on this, but oh, I see a question from Martin.
Should I go ahead, Ian?
Yes, go ahead, Martin.
Thanks. Yeah, just thinking back at the bottom trawl survey, it seemed like the biomass estimate was close to the highest ever, or was the highest ever. And was there any discussion about sort of potentially the potential differing trends between the bottom trawl and the acoustic survey in Shelikof Strait?
Through the chair, Dr. Dorn, I think that when we start to get into when we started to get into the Gulf pollock presentation, there might have been some discussion on that, but I think mostly because the authors haven't been able to take all of the survey information into account yet, while we do present preliminary survey information here, there will be more discussion of that once we get those documents in November.
Okay, thanks.
So moving into the Gulf pollock proposed model changes, Cole Monahan presented on some of these model explorations and what the proposed changes that he was planning to bring back in November for Gulf pollock would be. The previously accepted model was model 23D, and Cole recommended 3 minor changes to this model, including a minor change to the initial age comps, using updated acoustic survey data, and adding additional priors. And updating the initial age structure numbers at age had a minor impact, but it was an improvement, so Cole recommended that that be brought forward as part of the recommended model for November, in addition to the base model. And then Cole also updated the acoustic data time series per Dave's presentation, Dave McGowan's presentation on the reanalysis of the acoustic survey data. So Martin, this part might be relevant to your question, but the time series that was provided on that acoustic survey presentation had minimal impact on the model results, but they were considered the best available data, so Cole recommended bringing that forward as part of the recommended model as well. And then additional priors used in the model were recommended to stabilize estimation of the model. So those 3 pieces are part of the accepted, or part of the author recommended model 23E, which is what the model that the team also recommended. And in addition to that, Cole explored dropping the age 3 Shelikof fish. As a reminder, the age 1 and 2 fish were removed in the last assessment. And the results for the model with the age 3 fish removed failed to substantively improve the fits to the age comp data, and some residuals degraded. So Cole explained that this needed some more exploration and experimentation with data outside of the Shelikof region. And the team agreed with Cole to retain that age group for this survey. Cole also explored using dome-shaped selectivity for the shelikoff, but the residuals were mixed, and there was a surprising change to the spawning stock biomass, so changing selectivity was not recommended. And the team agreed with Cole on that and on adopting the 3 model improvements, including the updating initial age comps, using priors to improve stabilization, and using the updated acoustic data. So the team recommended bringing forward that model 23E along with last year's base model 23D in November. Sorry, having trouble advancing my slide. For Gulf of Alaska rough-eye black-spotted rockfish, Jane Sullivan presented recommended model changes for this stock complex, and Jane introduced Tier 4 and Tier 5 model alternatives this year in place of the previously accepted Tier 3 statistical catch-at-age model. So the 2023 assessment highlighted some major concerns with the age-structured model, such as poor data fits, high uncertainty, and retrospective bias, and that led to a risk table reduction below max ABC based on assessment and population dynamics concerns. So at this year's plan team meeting, Jane provided a strong justification for moving away from the Tier 3 age-structured model. In part of that justification was that it combines 2 species that exhibit really different life histories. And so Jane highlighted some recent research that showed that skip spawning is prevalent in both of these species, and pointed out that there are still remaining questions on visual assessments of species identification. So there are pretty high misidentification rates for rough-eye and black-spotted rockfish, and these concerns led to the introduction of the alternative Tier 4 models for consideration in November. So Jane presented 4 model alternatives for bringing forward in November. The status quo model, which is 23.1b, that model failed to capture the downward trend in both the longline survey and the trawl indices. And the Tier 4 methods that Jane introduced allowed for the species-specific differences in maturity and in growth to be considered in a yield per recruit and spawning biomass per recruit context. And that Jane explained that offers some advantages since the research is showing that, as I said, those 2 species have very different life histories, and they're not well captured by the age-structured modeling approach. So on this slide, Jane brought forward 2 Tier 4 models that are based on species-specific maturity. One uses biological maturity and one uses functional maturity. And the functional maturity was computed based on a recent analysis that had identified skip spawning and indicated that it's prevalent in these species. Jane, I think, provides more information on that study in her documentation. And Jane noted that the functional maturity estimates likely characterize the rough-eye and black-spotted population better than the biological estimates. So there were several discussion points in response to all this that were raised by the team, including using a stock complex level F rate based only on black-spotted rockfish. So black-spotted have a lower and more conservative reference F rate of those 2 species. So by using that, this alleviates the risk between the 2 species in the complex. The plan team agreed with the rationale that Jane brought forward, and noted that both surveys have been showing long-term declines for the complex, and that does warrant a cautionary approach. So the SPR-based reference points that keep both species at or above the management target were recommended to bring forward. And the team agreed with pursuing the Tier 4 yield per recruit and spawning biomass per recruit framework for this stock to replace the age-structured model, and agreed with the author to bring forward the 3 alternative models with the Tier 5 calculation, just to help provide a level of scale for comparison to the Tier 3 and Tier 4 approaches. So we've included here on the slide the models that we would expect to see out of this in November, in addition to the accepted base model. For Gulf POP, Ben Williams took over this assessment at a pretty late stage due to staffing reductions at the Science Center. So the team commented on how that was really appreciated, and Ben put a lot of work into this in a short amount of time. But despite the shortened timing for the work, Ben presented several different model updates, including the previous assessment model 20.1 with updated 2023 data, a bridging exercise from ADMB to RTMB with external estimates of maturity. He provided a reformulation of the negative log likelihood, and that is model 25.1, and then using the gamma function to model selectivity in the second time block rather than the average of the first and third time block functions, and that's model 25.2. It was noted that the base POP model is fit to the design-based survey biomass estimates, and the authors presented a comparison of the design-based and the model-based survey biomass estimates during our plan team meeting. The team discussed and expressed concern about the differences in the CV estimates between the 2023 and 2025 model-based indices, and the team recommended it's worth investigating that difference. And the team suggested bringing forward a model run using the model-based index if time allows it between now and November. Let's see, also for POP, the team did agree with authors recommending that they bring forward the base model along with model 25.2A in November with the updated survey input sample size using the bootstrap estimator in the survey ISSR package. The team also recommended that the authors provide a table of the input sample sizes for all fleets and the final adjusted sample sizes after reweighting, and the team recommended that the ratios of effective sample sizes to input sample size be evaluated, and that the authors provide interpretations of those results, particularly when that ratio is greater than 1. Clay Shotwell presented, I'm just trying to keep an eye on time. I could either cut here or I could finish Arrowtooth Flounder. Mr. Chairman, feel free to stop me wherever you'd like me to stop.
Thanks, Sarah. We've had a pretty solid morning. Let's go ahead and take our lunch break now, and we'll take 1 hour, and we'll come back at 1 p.m. Alaska time and resume with Goa Arrowtooth. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back from lunch. We are going to resume with our GOA Plan Team presentation and proposed model runs, followed by public testimony when we finish this section. And I'll hand back to you, Sarah.
Thank you, Dr. Stewart. Let me pull up our slide again. Just get to where we were here. We were on arrowtooth flounder, I believe. All right. So again, for the record, Sarah Kleber, council staff, the JV assessment team here, pinch hitting for her varsity team. For golf, arrowtooth flounder, Clay Shotwell presented a bridge model to TMB last fall, and that was accepted by both the plan team and the SSC last year. So this year, the team accepted model 25.0 as the 2024 accepted single species model bridged in TMB, with a list of data improvements, which Calais provided a stepwise comparison of in her documentation. And she proposed, in addition to that base model, a second alternative model, 25.1, and that estimates a sex-specific natural mortality for males rather than fixed mortality, or natural mortality, excuse me. The team agreed, recommended that that model come forward with the base model in November. Calais also discussed a new research model for arrowtooth that allows tracking time-varying natural mortality resulting from cannibalism, and that model is going to continue to be explored, but is not being put forward as an alternative model in November. So we might see that again sometime in the future, but not in November. In addition to the proposed assessment changes, Calais also brought forward a new ESP for arrowtooth that she presented at the plan team meeting, and that ESP has 17 ecological indicators, 8 socioeconomic indicators, and the team really appreciated the work and the progress on developing that ESP. And the team discussed the dynamic structural equation modeling, or DSEM approach, using the ESP indicators, and had a couple of recommendations to the ESP working group. The first was to provide proposed guidance to the review bodies on how to evaluate DSEM fits, and the other recommendation was to provide some guidance on developing a framework for how ESP and DSIM results can be used in a management context for providing guidance to the council. See a question?
Yeah, Sarah. I see we got a question from Fabio. Go ahead, Fabio.
Thank you so much, Sarah. So, in fact, I have a couple of questions that Rob sent me this morning, and that's basically on the ESP. And I don't know, Sarah, if you can try to answer those questions. And the first one is, if the DSIM fill in gaps of time series, as appears to show in the figure 7.8.7, if so, what method?
Through the chair, I would have to go look back at the full ESP to be able to answer that. Sorry, we don't have our author federal counterparts here to help us out with that, but I don't know.
Yeah. So yeah, the other questions, I believe that you're also gonna need Dan to help you to answer those questions. So yeah, thank you so much, Sarah. Appreciate it.
Sorry.
No worries.
I think, let's see, do we have another slide on arrowtooth? No, that's it for arrowtooth. Sandra Lowe presented the Rexol proposed models on behalf of Carrie McGilliard, the author. As a reminder, Rexol are assessed on a 4-year cycle, so the last full assessment that we had was done in 2021. There was a CIE review, a desk review done earlier this year, and the author provided responses to the CIE reviewers. So those are included in Appendix 6A of the documentation for this stock. And the CIE reviewers recognized the high level of data analysis and modeling efforts for this stock. And as part of the appendix, Carrie provided a bridging exercise from the 2021 model that rather than using the raw fishery age samples, it now calculates how the fishery age comp data are used following a method where the length samples are randomly sampled and converted through an age length key, and then they are weighted by fishery catch. And that method is based on a 1989 paper that is used in some of our other council managed stocks, such as pollock, cod, and yellowfin sole. The bridging exercise that Carrie did also corrected survey biomass data inputs and updated the model with new years of data that have become available since 2021. And the bridged base model is now 25.0. So for November, the author would also like to update the aging error matrix, and the team recommended that those two models be brought forward, 25.0 and 25.1. And the team commended the author on the extensive presentation bridging these modifications. Megan Bryan presented model
Hold on a
development.
second, Sarah. Sorry to cut in. I see we got a question from Mike. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, sorry, I was a little late getting my hand up. Not to go backwards, but for the Arrowtooth ESP, it says the socioeconomic indicators will be how is it put? These indicators will be updated in the November document. Is that something that we will see in what? I guess the question is, do you know when we will see that? And the reason I ask is because it's a little bit different than the other ESPs we've seen in that it has indicators for both, not just catcher vessels and processors, but also catcher processors, which I think would have a little bit different types of indicators than either strictly catcher vessels or shore-based processors.
Through the chair, Dr. Downs. So since it is a full ESP for Arrowtooth, I do believe that the SSC will get a full review of that this November.
Great, thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Sarah.
We were on Northern and Southern rock sole, right? So we had Megan Bryan present model developments for this stock complex, shallow water flatfish. She presented specifically on Northern and Southern rock sole and explored differences in growth within each species using the R package growth breaks. From her analysis, she recommended that a 2-area growth morph model, which is challenging to say, be used for Northern rock sole, but that a single area model was deemed more appropriate for Southern rock sole, and that was previously modeled using 2 regions. Megan, for these stocks, explored several model alternatives. So for Northern rock sole, She recommended model 21.2C, and that includes revisions to the length-weight relationship, some updates on catch, and revisions to the input sample sizes. And the team agreed with bringing forward that model and requested some further explanation regarding how the reweighting of data was done. For Southern Roxel, the author and team recommended bringing forward models 25.1C and 25.1D in addition to the base model. Moving past kind of our specific stocks and proposed models for what the full assessments that we will receive in November, Abby John from NIMS In-Season Management highlighted that short raker rockfish catch in 2025 has exceeded the Central Gulf TAC, and there's also a chance that it might hit the Gulf-wide ABC. This was as of the plan team meeting, so I have not checked on where we are with regard to the Gulf-wide or the ABC since then, but this was provided to the plan team in light of our conversations about spatial apportionment that we've been having and trying to bring this information forward sooner. This stock specifically, I think you heard in public testimony, has been a problem child. The team was reminded that for the last full assessment for short raker, which was done in 2023, the author and the plan team recommended using the 2 survey random effects model for apportionment. That same method was approved by the SSC for Gulf rough-eye black-spotted rockfish, but the SSC didn't approve that change for short raker rockfish, and this was because of concerns related to apportionment in the spatial management policy. And so hopefully we have or are headed towards some clarity on that now and from the June meeting. But for November, we're flagging this because for November, the authors are planning to again recommend using the 2 survey REMA model. And the team notes that both surveys did trend down this year for short raker. So in light of the discussions that have been going on for spatial apportionment, we're flagging this stock for the council to bring up at this meeting.
And I see a question from Sherry. Go ahead, Sherry.
Hi, Sarah. I have a couple of questions. So the survey information that the plan team gets, so that we covered this a little bit in the spatial apportionment topic, but we saw the Gulf of Alaska bottom trough survey yesterday, but we're going to have the discussion of that at the end of this plan team report today. Do all survey results go to authors, but only some survey results get presented to the plan team? Because you've got a report on surveys here, but it wasn't included in the plan team report.
The chair, Dr. Dressel. So I think the authors do follow up with the survey teams as soon as they are able to get the survey data. It's very impressive still that we are even able to get any preliminary data, given how quickly the team has to turn that around for the September plan team presentation. So the authors are, I don't know if it's at their discretion or if there's some more formal process there, but they are getting information from the survey team as early as they can. That information is not included in the presentations that we receive on specific stocks at the plan team meeting, but the survey, the people that presented the survey information to the plan teams, we had a discussion at the plan team meeting about which stocks to include in those presentations, because they do have the information. They had it available on all stocks, but they don't know exactly which stocks we are going to be specifically interested in. So we had some discussion at the plan team meeting about how to communicate ahead of time which stocks the plan team might want to see survey information on. And that'll just take a little bit more legwork, I think, in our preparation and planning for our plan team meetings to make sure that that the information that the plan team would like to see is brought forward, and the survey groups were really responsive and accommodating to that. So yeah, hopefully that answers. Does that answer your question?
I have, yes, it does. Thank you. I've got two follow-ups, and one is just asking, I know that this is like a super quick turnaround. Is it possible to see survey results for like all species that are going to be assessed in the upcoming year? Or is that just logistically, is that too big a lift?
Through the chair, Dr. Dressel, I think we can pass along that information. The survey team has it, and as far as I'm aware, they have it. It's just a matter of compiling it and getting it to us. So we'll try to pass that information along and see if we can be able to be presented with that in the future.
Great. And then my last one is in the December SSC report, the SSC looked at stocks that saw big survey drops last year and that were scheduled for catch reports this year, and highlighted, asked if the author or survey group could bring forward survey estimates if they're available in September. You got it. Okay. And so the one that we had highlighted for the Gulf was for Thorny Head, and I hadn't seen it. So yes. So first of all, did you see it? Did the plan team see these results? Did they discuss them and request any additional information or assessments other than a catch report based on those results?
Through the chair, Dr. Dressel, I can't remember which of these stocks exactly the survey team brought forward in their presentations. I can go back and look at the PowerPoints that they provided at our plan team meeting. But we essentially had some communication after the plan team meeting, looking back at those SSC requests, since I think we had missed those, the plan teams had missed those heading into the meeting. So we tried to make sure that we followed up and had this information, even though it didn't come up at the plan team meeting in this form. We tried to make sure that we could answer the SSC's request with this information.
With this, I got one more follow-up.
Go ahead.
Okay. So since the plan team didn't discuss it, I know authors, I mean, this is not even in a shutdown situation. They're really pressed for time before December. And I guess I'm wondering, so the SSC's concern, I believe, was for Thorny Heads because it was such a drop last year. Looks like there was also an additional drop this year. And if I remember correctly, well, I guess my question for you, and since we don't have federal staff here, it's a little bit tricky, but it was a question of sort of what can authors bring back in December? Is there anything other than catch information? Because I'm assuming that we're sort of concerned about the status of the stock with these big drops.
Through the chair, Dr. Dressel, I appreciate that question. I think that it is harder to answer without our Science Center folks here, but what I've heard through the conversations that I've had with them is that if there were a stock that were a catch report stock in 1 year, planned to be a catch report stock in 1 year, it would really depend upon available resources and timing on what they can bring back on that stock before the November plan team meeting, since it is a really compressed timeline. One thing that that I have heard mentioned in the past is that if a stock were scheduled for a catch report in 1 year, and there is some concern with it that cannot be captured between the October council meeting or September meeting and November plan team meeting, if they're not able to produce, say, a full assessment for that stock, it could still be flagged to be prioritized the following year if it weren't a full assessment, so that it doesn't end up going longer than it otherwise should have if it weren't flagged as a potential issue. So I think the center would try to do the best that they can, but noting that I don't think every year they would be able to, if there were some situation where a stock were really a concern, I don't know that they would be able to accommodate a full assessment within that time frame.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thanks for taking those questions. Go ahead.
So let's see, we're almost done here, but the catch reports obviously are for stocks that we don't really have an assessment. It's just intended to provide an indication, as Dr. Dressel indicated, of any issues that might arise in the future. So we will be presenting the catch reports with the rest of the SAFE at the December meeting. As we have talked about, there have been notable changes in the bottom trawl survey biomass. And for these stocks, for the catch report stocks this year, the catch is well below tax, and there weren't any concerns this year raised by authors of these stocks. They do, as I mentioned before, track these even in catch report years, but I am not totally clear on what the process of discussion between the authors and the survey team is, but I know they are communicating. So the last couple slides here, at this meeting, as you do every, or as the council does every October, the council recommends groundfish harvest specs for proposed rulemaking for the upcoming 2-year period. And this essentially notifies the public of anticipated council action to set the final harvest specifications in December, after you all review the full SAFE documents. And the SSC role in this process is just to provide the recommendations of OFLs and ABCs, and apportionments thereof. Typically, these proposed specs are a rollover of the final harvest specifications from the prior year. So these on the screen here are the plan team's harvest recommendations for 2026 and 2027. There should be an attachment on your e-agenda that includes these recommendations. These match the existing final harvest specifications that were published in the Federal Register earlier this year. And the plan teams have also provided recommendations. I believe we mentioned in the joint plan team report, the plan teams provided recommendations in this slide here on halibut DMRs for use in 2026 and 2027. And the plan team's recommendations on these matched that of the halibut DMR working group. So we've provided those here as well. That is all for the staff report on Gulf of Alaska groundfish harvest specs.
Thank you, Sarah. That was great. Very efficient. Now we will just check and see if we have any public testimony sign up. Seeing none, we can move into our discussion. And just as a reminder, we did take a small part of the GOA plan team report in the form of the bottom trawl survey yesterday. I believe that was yesterday, could have been 2 days ago. But we will include that as part of our discussion here. So if there's further comment or discussion on that, that is fair game for this part of the discussion. What I would like to do for the discussion, though, is rather than starting with the plan team, I think I'll start with the proposed model runs, and then we'll finish with the balance of the plan team report. So the first set of proposed model runs will be Pollock, and I have as first lead on that Franz. So if you're ready, go ahead, Franz.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it should be relatively straightforward. We received a very brief presentation, one slide here on the proposed model runs for Goa Pollock stock assessment. I don't think any public testimony specific to Walleye Pollock was provided anywhere. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, but if I missed it. Goa Pollock is a Tier 3 assessment on an annual schedule. We appreciate the author's thorough documentation of some preliminary explorations in response to our suggestions from last year and the proposed model runs for this cycle. As Sarah noted, the author recommended several changes and the plan team several changes to last year's base model. That includes use of updated Shelikoff Strait summer acoustic survey data, as was recommended by the MACE program. So that's a straightforward data update, I guess. Secondly, an improved approach to estimating initial numbers at age for consistency with other assessments, and that may still be a work in progress. They also discussed some improvements on that. And then the inclusion of some additional priors in the model to stabilize estimation. So the model that incorporates those updates, 23E is the author and plan team recommended model. When fit to the 24 data, the impacts on biological reference points compared to the base model 23D are minimal. So these updates, as I noted, are either straightforward data updates to use the best available information or some incremental changes that are clearly improvements to the model. Therefore, I suggest the SSC agrees with the plan team to bring forward model 23E in addition to last year's accepted model 23D for this assessment cycle. Then Sarah also mentioned that in response to other recommendations from last year, the author ran a model that excludes the H3 fish from the Shelikoff Strait survey, but did not recommend it. By endorsing the model 23E, the SSC agrees with keeping the H3 in the model, but supports efforts to further explore this in this upcoming year, or perhaps if time allows, before November, and I may get back to that. And then for the November model, we might highlight a couple of the plan team requests to just generally enhance transparency on the composition weightings by reporting the Dirichlet multinomial data parameter and or the input versus effective ends, and including the profiles on M and Q for the NIMS bottom trawl survey, and then also the leaf one survey out spawning stock biomass figure to just clearly show what kind of anchors the scale of the spawning stock biomass and where the fits are in tension. And I guess that is now a standard part of the output anyway. Then I suggest we further recommend that at the author's discretion, and if time allows, they bring forward a model with dome-shaped selectivities on the acoustic survey that apparently was run on the fly or overnight during the plan team. If that's not feasible, I suggest that we ask for a short appendix to the November SAFE showing perhaps both the model behavior with the H3 data dropped and then the results from the brief analysis of dome-shaped selectivity that the author was able to run during the plan team, just so we have that documented somewhere. And the rationale for the this additional information. I think, to address the poor fits to the H3 data, we had, requested last year to perhaps drop those H3s as well. The author did note that he plans to further explore the dome-shaped selectivities instead of assuming full selectivity to the acoustic survey for the younger ages. The selectivity is currently modeled as a descending logistic, so the selectivity is assumed to be, full selectivity at younger ages. But rationale for dome-shaped selectivity that would have lower selectivities at younger ages is that they are not fully matured for the most part and may therefore not really join the spawning population and therefore not available to the survey. I suggest we certainly support those efforts for exploration either by November or in the next assessment cycle. The model runs that he did Cole express concerns about what he considered unrealistic values for selectivity, and that may well be the case, but I again suggest that the SSC requests maybe a better justification for why they are considered unrealistic, and a discussion of kind of survey selectivity in that particular survey relative to the maturity schedules of pollock and what we know about the migration of immature pollock to the spawning areas, and what that might imply about availability to the survey to help inform the kind of an appropriate shape for the survey selectivity. For example, I'll note some of the previous work by Ben Williams and others on spatial patterns and maturity that could provide some insights as to maturity outside of the routinely surveyed spawning area that could be informative in this context. There are a few other unresolved issues, including the persistent overestimation of H10 plus of the H plus 10 plus group in the NIMS survey age composition, poor fit to the NIMS bottom trawl survey data in recent years, and the need to specify a very strong prior on the NIMS survey catchability was what sounded like a somewhat unclear or weak rationale. And we, encourage or we reiterate previous recommendations on some of these issues. Last year, we had requested a further exploration of the DSEM model and suggested developing a simpler approach, incorporating the most influential effects directly as covariates on the log recruitment deviations into the base model. The author noted that a paper exploring that approach is currently in review, and we can note that we look forward to reviewing the paper and to further developing model versions that include these relevant covariates next year, obviously. The SSC also had requested an exploration of the potential for an acoustic vessel of opportunity or AVO index similar to the Bering Sea, but preliminary analysis by Mace suggested that that is unlikely to be feasible in the Gulf because of the differences in species diversity and species composition without having simultaneous midwater sampling to assess the species and size composition. So we should thank the author for pursuing that with Mace team. And then finally, the author had requested input on a couple other issues from the plan team and the SSC, including advice on whether to implement time-varying age-based survey selectivity to deal with some of the poor fits to age compositions. The author noted that this could possibly account for changes in growth and length at age, which do vary considerably in the data. And I suggest that we recommend an exploratory model run for next year that does implement time-varying age-specific selectivities, but perhaps we can revisit that or reiterate that in December if we feel that appropriate. However, if the selectivity is believed as the author suggested to be primarily a function of length in this stock, that we might recommend some discussion of whether it's sensible to implement length-based selectivities in the model. Another question or discussion point was how to incorporate acoustic surveys of spawning populations from other areas besides Shelikof Strait. I don't have much to offer there, but perhaps we could recommend exploring a model-based estimates of both a biomass index and the HCOMPs that make better use of the available data. I know it's a very generic recommendation, but since the author asked for input, I thought we might offer that, and that's all I have.
Thanks, Franz. Next, we have Kristen.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Franz. That was excellent. I just have really two kind of niggly little additions here. So I would suggestions, and I call them small generally because I think likely they will be in the November, December full SAFE document. They're just not here, but I would like to ensure that there's some description of the poor fits and the opposite trends between the bottom trawl survey and the Shelikof acoustic survey results, especially in the context of looks like about 100% increase in the trawl survey over the past couple of years. It'd be good just to make sure that there's a little bit of a discussion or description of that. And in a similar vein, ensure that the selection and use of the dome-shaped fishery selectivity. So this is not mostly what Franz was talking about, but the fishery selectivity is adequately explained, or at minimum that historical documents are referenced so we can go back and make sure that we can see how that has changed over time. And I'd say this just, something that's struck me looking through this, and I look back and it's like both the Eastern Bering Sea and the AI pollock are logistic fishery selectivities, and it's just something that struck me as an observation that it'd be nice to make sure that we can see at least the thought process over history of how that is. So those are my two extra points. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. Comments from other SSC members on Goa pollock? Okay, briefly to summarize, we're going to support the author and plan team's recommended models to move forward. That would be the model that includes some updates of 23E and last year's model updated with the new data, 23D. We're going to have a fairly extensive list of things to explore and evaluate and report on more fully, and I don't think I'm going to go through and read that list. Franz, your list was very comprehensive, noting that there were the two additions from Chris at the end there. So I think with that, and given that these are proposed model runs, I won't restate those. So with that, we'll then go to rough-eye black-spotted and POP. And Andrew, you are the lead on both of these. Go ahead, Andrew.
Great. Yeah, thanks. And I think I'll take the opportunity to use the time that my co-leads would have used. Just joking. Starting with Gulf of Alaska rough-eye black-spotted rockfish. Just first of all, I want to thank Sarah for stepping in and giving the summary for the plan team, and also want to thank the author for their detailed report and the work that they've done on that. There was no public testimony that I'm aware of related to this species complex. Again, it's a species complex, two species that are cryptic. There's some species identification issues. It's currently a tier 3, and the assessment's a statistical catch at age model. As I mentioned, this is cryptic species. They're long-lived, but with different life histories. There's no directed fishery and lightly exploited. Previous plan team and SSC comments recommended that the authors explore alternative methods to take skip spawning into account and incorporate maturity data not previously used. And that's what the author focused on for these proposed model runs. As we heard, they used otolith morphometrics to better to do better species ID, which could then be applied to maturity information derived from histological samples. And they noted that this work confirmed that black-spotted and rough-eye rockfish differ substantially in age and length at maturity, as well as the frequency of skip spawning events. They also noted that functional maturity, which accounts for skip spawning delays, realized reproduction relative to biological maturity. And they also noted that incorporating species-specific maturity relationships into assessment models fundamentally change the estimates of spawning biomass per recruit and the spawning potential ratio reference points used in harvest control rules. The author recommends moving this stock from a tier 3 to a tier 4 yield per recruit, spawning biomass per recruit framework built on species-specific biology, and also a tier 5 as a backup. They explain that tier 4 better reflects the species-specific biology. It's tractable with the available data and avoids some of the unresolved scale fit problems in the current statistical catch at age model. And just some of these issues with the current modeling has resulted in reductions from max ABC in the past. As we heard in the plan team summary. 3 alternative models were brought forward for consideration in addition to the base model being 23.1b, which was accepted and used in 2023. Model 25.1a is a tier 4 model that uses species-specific biological-based maturity estimates. Model 25.1b is also a tier 4 model that uses the species-specific functional maturity estimates. And then model 25.2 is tier 5 calculations based on trawl survey biomass from the combined complex. Both tier 4 and tier 5 models use the REMA model to estimate biomass. I would recommend that we concur with the author and plan team's recommendation that these 4 models come forward in December. And also note that the author proposed using a complex level fishing mortality rate based on black spotted rockfish for OFL and FABC, such that each species meets or exceeds the SPR target. The argument is that this is a more conservative approach, given that black spotted rockfish have a lower reference fishing mortality rate. And as we heard, both surveys have shown that the long-term declines in the stock complex and that there are concerns that one species could be more at risk than the other. So by using the information from one species is a more conservative approach. And I think it seems like a reasonable approach that we should concur with. I think I also got some notes from Rob who couldn't be here today, obviously. So I'm just making sure I covered all of those. I think one of the things that's going to be a big question is the species ID. Noted that the black-spotted species ID, there's some misidentification issues. For example, black-spotted black-spotted rockfish has a 2% misidentification rate in the field, but rough eye is 40%. And even with the otolith morphology, which also uses otolith morphology, age and length of the fish, while black spotted, you have a 97% correct identification rate, rough eye was still 86%. So some of that uncertainty in species identification still exists. And I also understand that aging of these fish is challenging, and that there may be some variability between readers and agencies that age these fish. So when we start thinking about looking at this from a species specific growth and maturity perspective, those uncertainties are going to be important to be able to capture and explain. So I think we should suggest that in November that the author, I know they've already looked at some of this, but I think bringing it forward for us to be able to evaluate in November, December in the SAFE would be useful. And finally, just sort of future food for thought research is, with this skip spawning, I'm sure they're probably aware, but the ADF&G Mark Tag and Age Lab has developed methods for reconstructing reproductive life history of fish using hormones and measuring it from opercula. And they developed this technique on yellow eye and are applying it to other species. So just thinking in the future, you can get individual reproductive history of age at maturity, and then how often, whether they're skip spawning or whatever. And so that might be something they might want to look into in the future to try to get some more information on this aspect. And thanks.
Great summary, Andrew. Thanks. Other SSC comments on rough-eye black spotted? Okay, I won't summarize all of that, but I just want to highlight that we will be supporting the 4 models that the author and plan team have proposed bringing forward in December with the rationale that's provided. We'll also note the ongoing species identification issues and aging, and suggest that in November, the author continue to bring forward the evaluation of those for us so that we have that at our fingertips in December. And on the longer term, the hormone-based reconstruction of reproductive history point. Well, I guess it's back to you, Andrew, for POP if you're ready.
Ready as I'm going to be. Yeah, thanks. Again, thank you to the assessment author for the work that they did, as we heard. So Ben Williams took this on sort of late stage. So appreciate the work that he did. So Gulf of Alaska POP. Again, this is a tier 3 stock with age structure statistical catch age model. The author's proposing to transition the assessment from ADMB to RTMB framework, along with several other model updates. So they presented the previous assessment model 20.1, which had been that was the last accepted model, and that was done in ADMB, and bridged that model to RTMB. That's model 25.0. Main difference being that there's external estimates of maturity. The results showed that the parameter outputs were very similar between these two. The second model that they brought forward, 25.1, is a reformulation of the negative log likelihood for catch and survey biomass, using the full form of the log normal versus an approximation. And then model 25.2, where they propose using the gamma function to model fishery selectivity in the second time block. There's 4 time blocks in this model that account for differences, major changes in the fishery. And they're proposing a change to the second block, which is where you're transitioning from a foreign fleet fishery to the domestic fleet. And currently that's the average between the selectivities for block 1 and block 3. And then finally, the author applied Francis reweighting for compositional data to each of these different models alternatives. The plan team and author discussed implementation of the input sample size and iterative reweighting of the POP assessment. I recommend that the SSC concurs with the author and plan team recommendations and requests that the base model, and I was a little unclear on this because it just says base model. Wasn't quite sure. I'm assuming it's the base model in the RTMB being brought forward along with model 25.2A. Along with the updated survey input and sample size using the bootstrap estimator in the survey ISSR package. I'm assuming that maybe as an appendix that the bridging from ADMB to, I don't think we need to see the ADMB necessarily, but I think just an appendix of that bridging between the two frameworks would be useful to include as an appendix in the SAFE. And I think the SSC should also concur with the additional plan team recommendation that are in line with the proposed model update, that the author provide a table of the input sample size for all fleets and the final adjusted sample sizes after reweighting, and evaluate the ratios of effective sample size to the input sample size and provide interpretation of results, particularly when the ratio of these two measures is greater than 1.0. Finally, we heard that there is some discussion about design versus model-based survey biomass. Currently, the model uses design-based biomass estimates, and that there is some concern about the differences in the CVs for the model-based indices between 2023 and 2025 that the plan team asked that the author look into, and I think we should concur with their recommendation to bring forward a model run based on the model-based indices if there's time. Trying again, I got notes from Rob, so I'm just making sure I got everything. And I guess finally, the only other thing is, while we didn't have public testimony at this portion, but the POP was brought up in the apportionment, spatial apportionment discussion, and maybe just highlighting that here is that something that industry's interested in, looking for some flexibility in that. I don't think it impacts the assessment, but just noting that that's a topic of discussion that's been brought up at this meeting. And I believe that's it. Thank you.
Excellent. Other SSC comments on POP? And thanks for noting, Andrew, that it was brought up under public testimony and that we may want to highlight that comment with regard to our discussion of spatial apportionment. Okay, seeing no, yep, Sherry's got a comment. Go ahead, Sherry.
Sure. As far as, so one of the things with spatial apportionments, if I remember correctly, the POP concern was changing abundance rather than not necessarily. Let me ask this: if we highlight this for the council, are we highlighting this there as a methodological change or like a change in abundance for surveys? The only reason I ask is because we've seen lots of changes in surveys, and so I was honestly a little hesitant to go there not knowing there were a lot of big survey changes. And so that was something that I had suggested in the spatial apportionment, that perhaps the council can may be able to identify those on their own from the survey presentation. And so I was just wondering if that was what we were flagging or if it was something different.
I think it's different. I don't think it's a methodological change because that wasn't, I didn't see anything in the plan team report or the author's document about space. So I'm assuming that methodologically it's going to stay the same.
Right.
And I don't think, and someone can correct me, I don't think necessarily, yes, we did hear that the abundance estimate went down this year for POP, but I don't think that was necessarily mentioned in the public testimony. I think it was more about because because the council spatially apportions the TAC, there's southeast outside, which gets assigned to TAC, but there's no harvest out there. So I think it's really more of a management, less of a biological issue and more of flexibility that industry is looking for.
Right. So just noting, yeah, that the industry had flagged that as a possibility, possible need. I gotcha. Thanks.
Yep.
Perfect. Thanks for that discussion. So just a very brief summary. We will concur with the author and plan team to bring the base model in RTMB forward along with 25.2A, which included the updated survey and sample sizes from the input sample size R package. We will request an appendix that outlines the bridging from the older ADMB to RTMB implementation. We will note the additional plan team recommendations and concur with them with regard to the proposal to provide more information on input sample sizes and reweighting. We will also support a run using the model-based indices and the further discussion about model versus design-based indices given the information that was presented already. And then we will highlight here, and perhaps just to be clear, we will highlight that as this is a new process, we are going to note the public comment and potentially a change in abundance for POP, but not necessarily link our flagging of that to one of those or the other. Did I get that right? Or did we decide to go with just change in abundance?
Yeah, I've been trying to put this into categories. So I think in the spatial apportionment, we heard public testimony asking to see survey results for a whole number of different stocks. I think that there was also public testimony saying that industry wanted to see flexibility, although that's really a decision to be made by the council. We can flag that we got it. And then the third piece was we had talked in spatial apportionment about whether or not we were going to use recommend things only for that we were going to recommend to the council that spatial apportionments or that flexibilities only be focused on non-target stocks, and we suggested that not be the case. And POP was one example of that. It didn't necessarily mean flagging it for this year, but it was just in general the type of our comments to the council. So yes, I think this is a little bit different, but I think in the spatial apportionment, we can certainly flag that industry had indicated that this is one where they wanted flexibility.
Excellent. So our primary comments on POP will then go under the spatial apportionment piece, with maybe just a note in the proposed model runs that we have also brought this species up under spatial apportionment.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for that clarification. Martin, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess we probably didn't scope that particular issue out enough. Dana did write in a number of sort of sidebars on what flexibility might look like, and I actually think that they were a good set. And basically, it was the idea, the one that Sherry's highlighting, is that constrain it to non-target species rather than target species. The other sidebar was think of flexibility as sort of a one time or limited time only rather than a long-term change. And there might have been another one that I'm not thinking of right now. But the sort of establishing those as principles to start with may be a good idea. And I think Dana based those on just the basic concept of wanting the sort of biological principle of spatially managing fisheries when there's uncertainty about stock structure. And to me, that seems like a path forward. If I don't think we really scoped that out, but I mean, we're apologize that we're sort of bringing up spatial apportionment when we already sort of settled that, but I don't know that that's settled. I mean, I think we would at least want to have a nuanced discussion about whether it would be appropriate to diverge from spatial, the BRDs for the main target species, which, seems like it's generally a good idea and one that we wouldn't want to abandon readily because that's pretty solidly established.
Thanks, Martin. Sherry, did you have a follow-up?
I have one thing as a member and then one thing as a co-chair.
Go ahead.
As a member, Andrew brought up public testimony, but I don't believe that we heard it under the GOA report, which this meeting has been so convoluted that I am not trying to stick to that. So what I was just repeating was sort of what we had discussed in our spatial apportionment discussion. And it was because I asked him for clarification. So I was just trying to clarify our past discussion as far as the other topics, and this is from a chair point of view. The AP meeting is going on at the same time, and so I don't know that public that were present for our spatial apportionment discussion are here now, and sadly we closed that discussion. And so I don't think that we can add or change anything at this point unless we somehow provide notice through council staff that we are reopening that discussion. So
Okay.
no,
that
would
makes sense,
be,
Sherry.
yeah, that would be my concern.
Okay, so but it is a little awkward because I'll try to write up something that reflects both your viewpoint and Dana's and because I don't know that, at least my sense is that was that we came to a consensus on that. I mean, maybe we did, and maybe that's something for Ian to help me with because it's really this one simple question: should spatial apportionment be limited to non-target species? And
So, okay. Unfortunately, I don't think that is a simple question, but I will
No, of
defer
course
to
not.
Sherry to comment first, and then we'll get back on track here. Go ahead, Sherry.
I'll give a thought, and while I give it, I don't know what you put in your summary. So we do struggle with that with the SSC because a lot of times, especially if we're in the same room, if somebody makes a comment and nobody else follows up, we assume that comment holds. I think it's very difficult to do in a virtual platform, and especially with a wide-ranging discussion after a government shutdown. So I think that if you didn't realize that was sort of settled, then I think unless Ian specified something differently specifically in his summary, I think that we can interpret, I think you can put down both comments, both Dana's. The struggle is that Dana left his notes and he's not here for the discussion. So
Yeah.
it's
it's doubly awkward for sure.
It's doubly awkward for sure. I think that we can always characterize what was in the SSC discussion. And so that I think we can do.
Okay, I
I know
think
it's-
I can handle it in a way that reflects both viewpoints and that we're raising it as an issue for further discussion or something like that. And that would sort of handle that in a way that sort of reflects both Dana's and your comments, because I think that might be something we need to revisit.
Yeah, I
Is
think
that
it can
fair?
be, yeah, I think that characterizing that would be great, and posing it as an issue is a great way to go. Because Dana's comments kind of ended up being yours. I don't think that we can call them, Dana wasn't here for the discussion. But we can, I think your approach is wonderful.
And so just to clarify for everybody who's listening, we are not reopening the spatial apportionment discussion now or rehashing that. We're merely just trying to recall what we did discuss and didn't discuss. And I think where we landed on this issue was we had a couple different thoughts floating around. And as part of our broader picture that this is still very much in development and an iterative process, we're going to flag this topic as of target versus non-target species as something that we had some discussion on and we will continue to discuss in the future, but we have not yet resolved. Does that satisfy everybody for the moment?
That's great. Thanks.
Okay.
And sorry
And
for
Andrew, no problem, Martin. Thanks for making sure that we were clear in our summary. Andrew, sorry if I left you hanging there. If you have something to add, go
No,
ahead.
that's all right. I just wanted to apologize for sending us down the sidetrack. But I just wanted to make clarification for the POP minutes. I'm just gonna reference that there was discussion that this was brought up under public testimony, like POP was mentioned in public testimony under the spatial apportionment section.
I think that's perfect for our POP section.
Great, thanks.
Thanks again for covering that. Okay. We have those two species resolved then. We will now move to the arrowtooth and ESP, and lead on that I have Fabio.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I'll try to address some of Rob's inputs he sent to me this morning. So I'll try to add those into the notes. So the SSC received the presentation on the Go Arrow2 Flounder model development and the new Arrow2 Flounder ESP by Sarah Cleaver, council staff. Thank you, Sarah, for stepping in. I also want to extend my appreciation to the assessment authors for the great work. There is no public testimony. This is an operational full assessment assessed on a 4-year cycle with the last assessment in 2021. 2 models were presented for consideration in November. Model 25.0, which is the 2024 accepted single species TMB based R Seattle model with male fix M, and the model 25.1, which is the model 25.0, but estimates sex-specific M instead of fixing M. These reports highlight significant changes since the 2021 assessment, including improved input data and updates to the assessment methodology by switching the model software from ADMB to TMB within our Seattle platform. The bridging exercise between ADMB and TMB in our Seattle was presented and approved by the plan team and SSC for the stock last September 2024 and was included in the Appendix 7A. New data inputs include survey biomass and standard error for 2023 and 2025, as well as age compositions for 2021 and 2023, provided by the Alaska Fisher Science Center, Go Above and Troll Survey. Total catch biomass from 2022 to 2025, land composition data from 2021 to 2024 were provided by the U.S. Fisheries. Other data improvements made by the stock assessment authors included removing survey data from non-standardized surveys, removing fishery land compositions prior to the establishment of the observer program pre-1991, updating length at age transition matrix and growth curves, and updating the weight at age and aging error matrix. Bridging analysis of this data improvement was provided by the stock assessment authors, resulting in similar trajectories across models. The fits to the Alaska Fisher Science Center Troll Survey biomass estimates were very consistent across models, and the terminal year estimates were quite similar for all models. It is also noted some lack of fit in the plus group, and this will be investigated further by the stock assessment authors for the November assessment. The stock assessment authors also proposed a research cannibalism enhanced single species model, that is the multi-species TMB-based RCRO cannibalism model. However, this model was not considered as an alternative model for November. The SSC should agree with the plan team and authors' recommendation to bring forward Model 25.0 and Model 25.1 for November. Regarding the new R2 Founder ESP, on December 2023, SSC requested review and recommending indicators for the SP. The group was formed, but June 2025 meeting was delayed to December 2025. The DCM was newly developed this year, and there are a couple of points that should be considered, such as explore following this review and incorporate past model into and integrate DCM in RCRO platform that is recommended for assessment of this stock. Should also discuss use a research ecosystem model for informing management decisions, and possibly use ecosystem research model in off-cycle year projections. Rob also pointed out some concerns that 60% to 80% of the 22 indicators are not available in the past 2 years. Also support the DCM causal model to explain variation in recruitment compared to modeling as independent and identically distributed or first order autoregressive. There are also too many latent variables without information from the full list, and model didn't converge, therefore reduce it to a short list to variables with current information. And also the SSC commends the ESP authors for their progress and the quality of work done, and offers the following recommendations. Consider a variable selection or multiple candidate causal models and selection framework. Support their approach of categorizing indicators as predictive, contextual, and monitoring in line with crab planting approach. The SSC also look forward to seeing more details in November or December on the socioeconomic indicators. And lastly, supports the planting recommendation of expert group to develop a proposed guidance on how to evaluate DCM fits in the context of interpreting ESPs. That's what I have. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Fabio. And we also have Andrew on this one.
Yeah, thanks, Fabio, for that thorough summary. And yeah, I don't really have anything to add. I agree with the recommended models to be brought forward, and do appreciate the work that the authors did on the these proposed model runs and also the work that's been put into the ESP. And I appreciate this causal model approach, and support the plan team recommendations in respect to that about the expert working group providing some guidelines for evaluating these DSEM fits in context of interpreting these ESPs and providing some guidance. Definitely it's outside of my wheelhouse. So I think some sort of guidelines for those who are using it would be really helpful for us interpreting and how to use these. Thanks.
Thanks, Andrew. Other comments from the SSC on Arrowtooth and the ESP? Okay, to recap, we're going to support the author and plan team's proposal to bring two models forward, 25.0 and 25.1. We're going to support the various research efforts associated with the ESP, including exploring DSEM in R Seattle, exploring the DSEM as a way to link to recruitment. We'll also recommend that they consider the approach to variable selection and the selection of the model framework, support delineation of indicators into the conceptual and predictive categories as has been done, more details on the socioeconomic indicators, and in general, we support the proposal to develop some general guidance on evaluating DSEM fits. I think that's all on the edge of all of our wheelhouses at the moment, as it's essentially brand new. Thanks for that. Let's go now back to Fabio for Rexol. Thanks, Fabio.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the Rexol, the SSC received a presentation on the model development for Rexol stock in the Gulf of Alaska by Sarah Cleaver, council staff. Thank you to the assessment author for the great work. There is no public test one. This is an operational full assessment conducted on a 4-year cycle with the last assessment in 2021. The Rexol assessment is a Tier 3A 2-area model, Eastern Goa and Western Central Goa, with growth estimated separately in each area. This assessment was reviewed by the CIE panel early this year. I believe that was in February. I'm not pretty sure. The stock assessment author addressed all the CIE comments, which confirmed that its assessment was well done and met the requirements for management and status determination. 2 models were presented for consideration in November. Model 25.0, the updated base model, and the model 25.1, which is alternative model that incorporates an update aging error matrix. This full assessment includes a large amount of data updates for recent years, such as catch biomass, updated 2021 catch biomass, fisher land composition, updated 2021 fisher land composition, fisher composition for 2021, 2022, and gold trout survey biomass estimate and land composition data 2023. The stock assessment author bridged the base model, 2021 base model to model 25.0, that's the updated base model, with several housekeeping items, including the use of an alternative method for calculating fishery age composition, and that's available in the CIE discussion paper, which has been approved and used in other assessments, as Sarah pointed out, pollock, cod, and yellowfin sole, and updated the data inputs since the model was last run. Regarding the difference between models 25.0 and 25.1, the most notable variation in fits is seen with time aggregated fishery age composition data, where the fits are slightly worse when accounting for age uncertainty. That's model 25.1. There are also minor differences between the 2 models in the proportion of the population estimated to be in the plus group, as well as slight difference in the survey estimates catchability. The SSC should agree with the plan team and the author's recommendation to bring forward model 25.0 and 25.1 in November for management quantities. The SSC should also agree with the the SSC also supports the research priorities list provided by the author, recognize the potential bringing to November the following short-term priorities. A sensitivity runs for steepness, sigma R, age at 50% maturity, and alternative data weighting approaches. And that's what I have. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks, Fabio. Andrew?
Yeah, no, thanks again, Fabio. Another excellent summary. Yep, I agree with the recommendation to bring forward the proposed models, and I can't remember if Fabio mentioned it, but there was a note about bringing the bridging exercise that's currently in Appendix 6A as an appendix in the final SAFE. So I think that will be useful to include. Thanks.
Thanks, Andrew. Other comments from the SSC on Rexol? Great. So to summarize, the SSC is going to agree with the plan team and author supporting bringing forward two models for November and December, 25.0, the updated base model, and 25.1, the alternative with the updated aging error matrix. We'll suggest providing the bridging analysis as an appendix, as we have for several other species, and we will support the list of research topics, including sensitivity runs for steepness, sigma R, age at 50% maturity, and alternative data weighting. And now to round out our flatfish, back to Fabio for shallow flats.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, for the shallow water flatfish, the SSC received a presentation on the development of assessment models for the shallow water flatfish, southern and northern rock sole in the Gulf of Alaska, presented by Sarah Cleaver, council staff. Thank you to the assessment authors for the work. There is no public testimony, and this is also an operational full assessment conducted on a 4-year cycle with the last assessment in 2021. Compared to the last full assessment in 2021, the authors recommended the following data changes for review in November. For the Northern Rock Sole, incremental data updates were applied to a 2-area growth morph model, Model 21.2C, used a revised survey length composition input sample size, and Model 21.2D, apply Francis reweighting of Model 21.2C. For the Southern Rock Sole, the 2-area growth model was changed to a single area model based on the reevaluation of the length at age data. For the Model 25.1C, uncertainty in length at age was modeled as a CV, and Model 25.1D used a revised survey length composition input sample size. This full assessment includes several data updates, such as a new approach to estimating species-specific catch from the total rock salt catch data using the NINS observed problem data to split the aggregates rock salt catch, updating input sample size for the bottom troll survey length composition data, reevaluation of length at age data, and evaluation of the uncertainty of splitting the other shallow water flatfish survey biomass into Western Goa and Central Eastern Goa regions. And this analysis is presented in the Appendix A. Regarding the spatial growth analysis and data updates, several hypotheses were tested in this assessment, and the AIC results suggested substantial evidence for difference in growth between the Western Goa and the Central Eastern Goa for both species. It was also observed that models with the same T0 parameter but different growth receive significant support. However, the SSC should consider that the T0 parameter in the von Bertalanffy growth model is considered as a meaningless parameter lacking a true biological meaning. The stock assessment authors also applied the growth breaks or package on female and male length at age specimens data for both rock salt species to confirm if the separation between the western Goa and the central eastern Goa was statistically detectable. Based on the results for the southern rock salt from the growth break analysis, the ASC results and the minor qualitative difference in the von Bertalanffy growth estimates consider a single area model, and that's the model 25.1a for southern rock salt. For the northern rock salt, the two area growth morph model approved in 2021 was retained based on the female growth breaks, along with the ASC analysis, which strongly indicated different growth patterns between the areas. For the northern rock salt, the SSC agrees with the plant teams and the authors' recommended model 21.2c, along with the previous base model. The SSC also supports the planting request for the stock assessment authors to explain how and if a reweighting approach was done. For the southern rock salt, the SSC agrees with the planting and the authors' recommended model 25.1c and 25.1d, along with the base model. Regarding priorities for the next field assessment, the SSC support authors in plant team recommendations to evaluate model sensitivity to selectivity and its impacts on growth, the model ability to estimate natural mortality for females and males, and to investigate inconsistencies in survey line compositions, and finally explore the possibility of including ages in the models. And that's what I have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Fabio. Andrew, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Fabio. Yeah, I don't, again, another good summary, very detailed, and I don't really have anything to add yet. I concur with everything you said. I guess just one thing maybe we might want to note that while this focused on northern and southern rock salt, this is part of the shallow water species complex. And so while we didn't see anything about the other shallow water rockfish, that's part of the complex, and that's a tier 5. So maybe we just want to note that just for completeness in our minutes. The other thing, just note that in response to previous comments that the authors from the plan team and SSC went back and presented a method to partition historical catch between southern and northern rock salt through the use of observer data, and they use methods that are currently used for BSAI, arrowtooth, and Kamchatka flounders. I guess the only question I have is, so that data goes back to 97, and so pre-97 they just applied the average from those initial 5 years, which seems reasonable. I just wasn't clear if uncertainty was accounted into that, just noting that sometimes the proportions of the species flip, and so I don't know how much of an issue that would be with historical catch data and whether it really have an impact on the model assessment, but just something to flag to think about. Thanks.
Thanks, Andrew. Perhaps one clarification. So would we be recommending some exploration of that, or any specificity on further work for the species composition?
No, I think the method's fine. I think just just sort of some exploration as to whether that's going to be important, what that uncertainty is to that historical catch composition of the two species.
Sorry. Thank you, Andrew. Other comments from the SSC on our shallow water flatfish complex? Okay, again, a very brief summary. We're going to support the models that are proposed to bring forward, noting the growth-based area analysis, combining Southern Rock Sole into a single model and retaining 2 areas for Northern Rock Sole. We will support the proposed models coming forward for both of these species. We will support the list of sensitivity analyses and other explorations, including selectivity, growth, estimates of M for males and females, etc. And we will note that this is part of the shallow water flatfish species complex, along with the Tier 5 component. And then we will also flag for the authors that we would like some consideration or exploration of whether the uncertainty in the species composition partitioning for the historical period where there's no direct data is potentially important or not. Great. Well, thank you all for a lot of work on a lot of stocks there. We will now go into our discussion of the general plan team report. So this is the collect all for all other topics that we took under the GOA plan team report, including the bottom trawl survey, which we took yesterday. And I have as a first lead on this one is Martin. Go ahead, Martin.
Okay. Okay. So again, thanks to our the federal members of the SSC again. Jason did leave me with a pretty complete set of notes, and so I'll be working mostly from those and adding a few additional comments. And what I have, and let's make sure that these are, I have the GOA bottom trawl survey, the acoustic surveys, and the deep water flatfish as the only harvest projection. Is that your list, Ian, or am I missing something?
Exactly. And I'll look to council staff. I think we also need to make some specific comment about the proposed specifications as well under the plan team report.
Okay,
I can do that one for you, Martin.
Yep. Sherry's
Okay.
got you on that one.
Okay, cool. Okay, great. So so the SSC received a presentation from Jim Unelli, Chris Lunsford, and Sarah Cleaver. I suppose we should insert here that only Sarah was available for a good portion of this meeting, and she presented in lieu of the plan team co-chairs. We also received a public testimony from Julie Bonney on the bottom trawl survey. Her issue for this, when she testified for this agenda item, was there were 2 things. She would have liked to have seen the full list of groundfish species biomass estimates, and I think she identified in particular thorny head rockfish, but I think that request is probably just something that would be constrained to the FMP species rather than the full 100 and 200 plus list of all species. I think it's the FMP species that she's primarily interested in. And then she also identified some concerns about the large sort of coherent changes across species groups in the redesigned 2025 survey with rockfish going down and flatfish and roundfish going up, and highlighted a couple issues. One was the concern about the whether the sort of targeting on rough or rocky habitat was not as strong or thorough in this survey, and she noted that the gear was not damaged in any of the toes until they had moved on in the survey from the western and central Gulf of Alaska. And also she highlighted at least some concerns about the level of survey sampling in strata where rockfish are in high abundance on the shelf break. So with respect to the survey, the report indicated that the survey consisted of 437 stations, 17% fewer than last year. It was noted that this is the first year of a stratified sampling plan that follows NIMS areas instead of NPFMC areas. And again, the large biomass trends were noted, positive or negative, observed for a number of species, and declines across the board for rockfish, sablefish declines, and increases for roundfish and flatfish. The SSC had a discussion with the survey group regarding the impacts of the impacts of changes to the survey results. The survey group noted that the observed changes were within the historical range and that the survey had small changes in the trawl footprint or depths covered. SSC recommends, to the degree feasible, further investigation into the impacts on redistributed survey effort, particularly with regard to depth and areas surveyed compared to historical survey results. Similar concerns were expressed for the EBS survey, so these efforts should be coordinated as appropriate. The SSC also highlights the importance of this survey and notes that it's used to conduct a variety of special projects, data collections, including acoustics, environmental monitoring, genetics, diet studies, and specimen collections. Some pretty rough notes here. I think Brad had a question about further investigation and about the size composition between gears and indicators that would give signs that certain components of the stock are missing. I would suggest that we pass on a request to the assessment authors to look at how the survey evaluate how the survey is, the 2025 survey result is sort of taken on board in the assessment models. And some of the things that could be looked at is whether the age and length information associated with the survey is either consistent or inconsistent with the change. There are strong signals in the size composition associated with an increase in biomass, and if those signals are not present, then it might suggest a change in the catchability of the survey. Okay, moving on to the acoustic surveys. We received a report on the winter 2025 acoustic trawl survey. Surveys were scheduled for the Shumagon Islands, Chillicothe Strait, and Kenai Peninsula areas, but mechanical issues limited the effort to Chillicothe Strait. Actually, there was a survey in Chiricahua as well as in Marmot Bay that maybe we didn't see those results. And it was surveyed March 16th to the 31st, about a week later than planned. May staff were confident that the survey timing was still appropriate given the condition of spawning pollock. The length distribution of pollock was similar to observed in 2021, although an age 1 year class was present. The biomass in Chillicothe was slightly higher than observed in 2024, 13% higher, and the Chillicothe biomass decreased 16% from 2024. And the plans are to survey Chillicothe areas, Chillicothe and the Shimigans in winter of 2026. So moving on to the harvest projection. The Deepwater Flatfish Complex is assessed every 4 years. The last assessment was in 2023. A harvest projection was presented this year, and the next assessment is scheduled for 2027. Deepwater Flatfish is managed in a Tier 3A for Dover sole and Tier 6 for the remaining species. The standard projection model was updated for Dover sole using updated 2024 catch and estimated 2025-26 catches, resulting in small updates to specifications. The SSC concurs with the Gulf of Alaska GPT, and the author recommended ABC and all of L for 2025-26 with no reduction in max ABC. No changes were made to the apportionment method and the resulting proportions. The SSC concurs with the plan team and the author recommended apportionment. And that's the totality of it.
Thank you, Martin. And again, thanks for taking this one on as well. Going next to Sherry.
Sure. I think that just one sec. I think the key piece that I was going to add is that the SSC recommends approval of the preliminary 2026 and 2027 GOA groundfish specifications as provided by the GOA groundfish plan team. The SSC also supports the GOA groundfish plan team's recommendation to approve the halibut DMR working group recommendation for proposed halibut DMRs for 2026 and 2027. That's the key part of our minutes. The other thing that I'll just add is my own comment was that I think that the SSC should recommend that the survey teams bring back survey information for all FMP stocks. Martin mentioned this for public testimony, but we also had a discussion or asked questions back and forth on it separately. And I think that we need to add, though, if possible, I know they're doing a short turnaround, but if it's possible, I think that would be important. If not, I think the SSC should support continued coordination with plan team representatives on the key species. And the couple examples that we had were short raker this year due to management concerns, and thorny head because it was a request from the SSC to specifically bring those back due to big drops in the survey last year. The second comment that I have is actually specific to GOA thorny head, and this is following up on the SSC had requested in December that the plan teams discussed whether there should see survey trends for thorny heads and discussed whether any additional information should come forward or actually a different assessment type than the catch report this year due to the declines that have been seen. And I think we can note that catch council staff shared that this was not discussed at the plan team, but they did provide us information, and we saw that there's been another decline. I think it was 20-some% decline for GOA Thorny Heads. And given those two, the declining trends from the last couple of years in surveys, I think that the SSC should recommend that the authors bring back any information that they have, whether this is in addition to the catch report, that authors bring forth any information they think is necessary or any recommendations, if there are, to final specifications in November for them. So in other words, the specifications that we've got, if there's anything that they've got from the survey or any other information that they happen to have that they've changed, sort of, if they have a different recommendation, the SSC would be interested to hear that when we come to December.
Thanks, Sherry. And just one point of clarification. You mentioned that we're going to recommend the survey teams bring back survey information for all FMP stocks if possible. That would be for September and October next year, not necessarily December this year, correct?
Oh, yes, correct. That would be for next year.
Thanks. Okay, other comments from SSC members on the GOA plan team? This is the last stop for all GOA topics, I hope. Martin, go ahead.
Yeah, Sherry, is there, I guess I don't have a very good take on what you're asking for Thorny Heads. I mean, it was maybe a little, I mean, it just said any available information, and just, can we, I mean, should I just leave it at that, or can we be more specific?
Go ahead, Sherry, if you want to follow up.
Yeah, the problem is that we asked in our December minutes for the plan team to talk about this, and not only, I don't think that they even saw the survey decrease, let alone talk about any concerns for the stock. So, and I'm afraid I'm not terribly aware of what information they have, and I didn't want to constrain them, knowing not only is there a short time turnaround, but there's also a government shutdown. And so it was actually sort of my attempt to leave that open. I think when I think about this, and I would actually, I'd value your thoughts or revisions if you have them. The big thing is that with catch reports, we have specifications and we see nothing other than, I think, catch over ABC. And so I think what we really would want to know is if the authors or the plan team have any concerns about the specifications that are going forward, the final specifications this year. If they do, then it would be helpful to see whatever information they have. I'm guessing they've got survey trend, and I have no idea what other things that they would have time to look at or even work up. If they don't have concerns, I think that that's really good information for us, that the authors looked at whatever new information they have from this year, and that in their professional opinion, they don't recommend changing specifications. That's, I guess, what I'm thinking. I don't know how to do more than that, given what we requested in December and lack of anything now. If you've been on the plan teams, though, so if you have a suggestion for anything, I mean, I would take it. I'm just trying to narrow in on what the SSC asked for.
Distribution, changes in distribution as well.
Right.
And evaluation of size composition. They won't have ages, but change, market changes in size composition. I think that would, and then I don't know about just some fishery status type. I mean, I can write all these down now that I'm getting ideas, but fishery status toward, you know, whether or not it's the catch relative, yeah, I mean, I guess you already get that. But also maybe changes in where the fishery is occurring or something like that. Do we have a avenue for modifying the specifications for Thorny Head next year?
I guess what I think of is the message that we get, which is great, is that authors are tracking this information. And so if they see survey trends, they see other things, and they make sure, and what we, I think, got reassurance for during the stock prioritization is that the authors do track this. It's not necessarily for the SSC to track, and that they will bring forward whatever they think necessary. And that's sort of the message that we've gotten, and which is wonderful. Given that the SSC specifically asked about it, I felt like it was, and that there was two pretty big drops in the surveys. And I think for Thorny Heads, if I remember from last December, I think that there were drops in the survey in the Gulf. I think there were drops in the Bering Sea, and I think that in the longline survey and down too. So I mean, it was a really quite unusual. And so I don't want to I don't want to create tons of work or panic on the authors of the plan team, but I just sort of wanted to highlight, if they have concerns, please bring it. But I like your ideas, and maybe we can say, they could bring forward, I don't know what, I know that they can change assessment type. We've never had additional information. We just started catch report, so we've never had additional information with a catch report. But we could at least, like you said, just sort of caveat the types of things that we're talking about, so it's not like we're asking for the world. But if they think it's important, bring forward survey changes, size comp distributions, changes in the fishery, but leave it to their discretion. It's kind of where I'm at. I think that Diana Stram may be in this room somewhere. So yes, I see that she is there. I don't know if we want to, I don't want to throw our entire process in a whack, but anyway, if the chair is comfortable either going back to Martin or Diana, I'd take that.
Yeah, we could do that. I see Diana's just popped up. So Diana, if you have a clarification on what types of information it might be appropriate for us to ask for, that could be really helpful here. So go ahead if you do.
Okay, so just to make sure I'm following. So you're talking about what types of information you want to ask for in the catch report?
So as context, we've been discussing Go with Thorny Heads, and we had a request last year. The SSC made a request in December that the plan team should see survey trends and perhaps more than a catch report. But then we later discovered that this was not discussed at the plan team. And we also have found out that there was another survey decline in 2025. And so we are considering recommending that the authors bring back any additional information that they might have, including possibly distribution changes in market composition, changes in fishery status. But we're not quite sure what else we could ask for, or whether, yeah, I guess I'll leave it at that. We're not quite sure what else we could ask for at this stage, except maybe perhaps whether this should be considered for a different type of analysis next year, in addition to some more information in December.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification. So I think we're in a little bit of a conundrum given the shutdown. So I think trying to ask for anything more than what we were intending to provide in the catch report, we didn't review the catch reports as you were told. We provided them in the PowerPoints for both the Gulf and the Bering Sea. The teams never discussed them at all. I think our intention would be to maybe have a very short agenda item in November to discuss them. But in the position that we're in right now, I'm not sure that you can ask as long as you understand that it might not happen until next year, because I couldn't speak for any of those authors as to who's even going to be available to do anything additional, much less do the assessments that are already planned given the shutdown.
Thanks for that, Diana. That's really helpful. I'll go to Sherry perhaps for another clarification.
Yeah, as we've been talking about this, the real key, honestly, is I'm wondering, and I don't know if this is helpful, but it's really to ask the authors and the plan team, do you have any concern with the specifications you're going forward with in December? That's really the question. If they do, they can bring back any of this information. But it seems like it's not a question to ask. It's unusual. We just haven't faced this before, but that seems kind of key. Is that a reasonable thing to ask given your concerns about the shutdown?
Yeah, thanks for that through the chair. I think it's okay to ask. I think that the plan teams will certainly do our best and the authors to respond to your requests for what could be put forward in November in discussing specifications. In general, when we've had off years on assessments, the burden of proof to make any modification would have to be pretty high. We've never been in a situation where, as far as I can recall, we have changed what the rollover specification was based on other indications when it wasn't a full assessment. But I certainly think there's no harm in putting something in your report asking us to discuss it, and we'll do our best to. I can't speak for all the chairs and the teams, but I think that we'll do our best to try to find a way around it if we can.
Thanks, Diana. Can I suggest a revision then?
Yeah, thanks, Dana, for that clarification. Yes, please do, Sherry.
Yeah, I guess my revision would be just to note, just say that the SSC notes, that in December we saw a large drop in the survey, and we saw the stock assessment, and we highlighted this for discussion. It wasn't talked about, and we recognized the plan teams. I don't think they even saw the survey trends, and I think based on that, the only thing that I would add is, in the SSC, I guess, hopes that if the author and the plan team have concern over the specifications for this species, that they will discuss that in November and not even mention any new data, because I think people will get hung up, I'm afraid, on how do we present it? How do you include it in a catch report? There's no format for that at this point. We don't have time to do it. So maybe just say, if there are concerns, we hope that they are raised, or we ask that they be raised with the plan team.
Thanks for that clarification. Do we want to make any comment about consideration of the path forward next year, or just let the authors and plan teams figure that out?
Yeah, do you know what the schedule is, Diana, for Thorny Heads next year? Or maybe we can just say, and in consideration for the types of future assessments, period.
Okay, thanks. That was a helpful discussion.
Thanks, Diana.
Yeah, and thanks, Diana, for jumping in there. Other comments from the SSC on GOA plan team topics? Okay, I will summarize briefly, make sure we're still all on the same page. We're going to thank the plan team chairs, Jimmy Anelli and Chris Lunsford, and especially Sarah Cleaver for making much of the presentation for us on this topic. We'll note that we received public comment from Julie Bonney on the bottom trawl survey with some concerns there. We will summarize the results of the bottom trawl survey and the new stratification, noting positive trends for many flatfish and roundfish, sablefish down, and declines for many rockfish. We will recommend further exploration into survey performance this year, given the restratification, including investigation of size compositions, request to assessment authors to look at how the 2025 survey result fits into the stock assessment models and whether it's consistent with ages and lengths, given the change in biomass. We will summarize the acoustic survey results. We support the plan team and author's recommendation for the OFL and ABC for the harvest projection for deepwater flatfish, with no reduction from max ABC and no changes to the apportionment. We recommend approval of the preliminary 2026 and 2027 GOA groundfish specifications as provided by the plan team, and also support the halibut DMRs for 2026 and 2027. We will recommend that the survey teams bring back survey information for all FMP stocks, if possible, in September and October next year. And if not possible, we recommend continued coordination with plan team on key species to bring back. With regard to our discussion of Thorny Head, where we have resolved is that we will note our previous comments from December 2024, which recognized a large drop in the survey, which we highlighted at that time. We'll note that this was not discussed by the plan teams this year, and that the SSC hopes that if the author and plan team have concerns over the specification, the upcoming specifications, that they mention that in November, and also consider what types of future analyses would be appropriate for this species. And with that, I think we are due for a break. So let's take a 10-minute break and come back at 10 past the hour. Thanks. Okay, we're back. We are still making our way through this convoluted schedule. I just want to give an update here. If there's anybody still waiting patiently along with us for the rest of crab, I can say with some certainty we will not get back to crab today. So we will be starting with crab tomorrow morning. Our goal for the rest of the afternoon is to make as much progress on the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands groundfish plan team report as possible. We have happily already taken care of many of the proposed model runs for this. So the remaining items that we have are the balance of the plan team report, including survey results. We have no harvest projections this year for the Bering Sea. The lead for the plan team report will be Sherry. We've already taken care of the pollock proposed models, yellowfin sole, Greenland turbot, and skates. So that leaves us with northern rockfish proposed models. And as leads for that, I have Pat, Andrew, and Fabio. And then we also have the Aleutian Islands ATCA ESP. And leads on that will be Jen and Mike Downs. And as we just did for GOA items, we're going to go through all of these, the rest of the plan team report from Diana Stram, and then take one round of public testimony on all the topics, and then we'll do our discussions sequentially as we just did. And with that, I'm going to hand over to you, Diana.
Okay. You guys hear me okay?
We can, thanks.
Okay, so thank you for that. Hopefully my screen showed up and you can see the presentation on the screen. Sorry, I was that.
Yes, Diana, we see it.
Okay, thanks a lot. Okay, as Ian just said, I'm going to walk through the balance of the report. Again, thanking my co-chairs and my vice chair that unfortunately can't be here for the rest of this. It's not advancing. Okay, hopefully that worked. Sorry, my presentation's a little awkwardly formatted here. Okay, you just walked through some of this, so I don't need to belabor it. You did take up most of these items. I've got a quick slide on the bottom trial survey. We don't have recommendations on it. You already took up EBS pollock, skates, turbot, yellowfin sole, and so I will just be focused on northern rockfish, the ATCA mackerel ESP. I have quick slides on the catch report stuff that we just discussed, and then proposed specifications. So just to provide you a quick overview of the documents that you have and what you will be seeing in November, we have operational full assessments, 5 operational full assessments, 2 operational updates. We do not have any harvest projections in the Bering Sea, and we have 15 catch reports. This is the survey slide. Dwayne Stevenson presented on the Eastern Bering Sea bottom trial survey. The survey sampled 350 out of the stations in the Eastern Bering Sea and 137 out of the 144 in the Northern Bering Sea. We did not have the Northern Bering Sea results at that time. So we don't have any details on that survey because those results weren't available at the time. In the Eastern Bering Sea, they collected 124,170 lengths, 6,532 otoliths, and 4,408 stomachs. Water temperatures in the Bering Sea were slightly warmer than in 2024, and the cold pool area was smaller. They did not collect CTD or oxygen data. Biomass estimates were similar to last year for most fish species, and notably, there were a lot of small cod. Next, for northerns, Paul Spencer provided several model explorations in response to SSC and previous plan team comments. The alternative models included split-sex models and models with time-varying survey catchability or selectivity as listed on this slide. Paul found that none of the alternatives provided sufficient improvements over the current base model to recommend adoption at this time. So the team discussed the time-varying catchability, noting potential mechanisms, for example, environment, patchy distribution, but did not recommend additional research at this time or to bring forward any time-varying catchability models in November. The team recognized the substantial work involved in developing the split sex models and noted that the split sex models were broadly similar to combined sex models, but that reference points and management outcomes were not presented and could be informative. Therefore, the team recommended that the authors bring forward both the current BEAST model 21 and the split sex model 25_2 in November, ensuring that all management outcomes and reference points are included. Those are the only slides I have on Northern, so I don't know if you want me to pause there. Or I can
We'll
just
see
go
if there are
through
any,
the-
we'll see if there are any questions on Northern. Or on the survey, I guess, since we're past that. It looks like not. Go ahead, Diana.
Okay, Jane
Sorry.
Sullivan present.
Sorry, there is one question. Go to Sherry. Go ahead, Sherry.
Hi, Diana. I'm just doing due diligence and I'm following up on the SSC's request in December. It was the same thing. There were big drops for BSAI short raker and other rockfish. And we asked that the plan team would discuss survey information if available, given the large drops, and whether or not they requested additional information or assessments other than catch reports. I'm just wondering if they talked about that or if you saw survey results.
Thank you for the question, Sherry. We didn't have a lot of discussion over the general trends in the survey results. That they had just pulled together the survey information. Again, with respect to what you requested just recently under the GOA, we can certainly try to have that discussion in November as time and availability allows.
Thank you.
Okay, Jane Sullivan presented the ecosystem and socioeconomic profile for Bering Sea Aleutian Islands Atka mackerel. This is a draft at this point. The ESP is designed to integrate ecological, environmental, and socioeconomic indicators into the stock assessment process for this key commercial species, important prey item for stellar sea lions. The proposed framework emphasizes spatial structuring across the eastern, central, and western Aleutians to evaluate regionally explicit hypotheses about recruitment variability, growth, and fishery performance. And while it's not intended to guide near-term management, this ESP will provide a foundation for process-informed climate resilient assessments with a full ESP planned for 2026. So the team discussed the proposed indicator suite and timeline. Members of the public recommended considering pre and post warming contexts in the Aleutians and suggested including stellar sea lion pup counts and killer whale predation as potential indicators. They also noted that the weekly TAC utilization indicator must be interpreted cautiously since fleet behavior often reflects multi-species targeting rather than ecosystem conditions. Team members suggested exploring the use of the MOM6 indices and if they are validated and available for integration into the SCAM DSEM causal workflow. I think you saw some of those slides from Dr. Shotwell yesterday. The team supported the proposed timeline for developing a full ESP, and we recommended that the authors present the draft ESP next September at our September 2026 meeting to allow adequate time for plan team review in advance of the November stock assessment cycle. And that's all I have on that.
See a couple questions, Diana. I'll go first to Mike Downs.
Yeah, just a process question. We're going to get a presentation on the Atka mackerel ESP a little bit later, right? Or do we ask questions now?
Those are the only slides I through the chair, sorry, Dr. Downs. Those are the only slides that we put together on the ESP for providing to you at this point. Again, it is a draft ESP and we are recommending that we receive that again next September.
So to clarify, go ahead and ask your questions now, Mike.
Okay, thanks. So thank you, Diana. We had some comments on the ESPs related to the crab fisheries earlier, and those dealt with catcher vessels and shore-based processors. This is a different ESP than we've seen in that it focuses on catcher processors primarily in terms of community linkages. And I have two basic questions, maybe three. One is there is an indicator here. It's an employee count and proportion of employment by community that relies on EDR data. Was there any discussion of the fact that the council is considering an action that may eliminate EDRs? And if that were to happen, what would substitute for this indicator? Was there any discussion about that?
Through the chair, Dr. Downs, that's a great question. I don't recall that connection to the possibility of the EDR data going away actually came up. So I don't think we didn't focus a lot on that particular indicator, and so we may just not have discussed it.
Okay. And then a follow-up question. So that was the indicator that basically looked at employment by community, employee count and employment by community. And there were no indicators that I saw, community or social indicators that looked at ties to Alaska communities.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just wondering if there was any discussion of, like in previous FMP amendments, we've looked at things like port calls, which generate local taxes and serve as a proxy for support services, potentially. And we've also looked at vessel ownership address linkages for communities for those catcher processor vessels. To your recollection, were either of those discussed as potential indicators?
Again, through the chair, Dr. Downs, to my recollection, no. I mean, I would, unfortunately, if I had my colleagues here, it was co-presented by Jane Sullivan and Randy from the Alaska Fisheries Science Center that I believe was more involved in a lot of the economic indicators. But to my recollection, no, I don't recall us discussing that.
Okay, thanks.
The next question from Franz.
Yeah, I was trying to find it in the document. It's not super clear, but you highlighted the spatially explicit nature, you know, the three areas, Eastern, Central, Western. See idea here to actually produce indices by area. The discussion always says sort of this index for the Central, Western, Eastern area, but in the table, it looks like it's all a combined index.
Thank you. Through the chair, Dr. Muter, we did have some discussion of the spatially explicit areas. I don't believe that their intention is to be doing these indicators by area, but recognizing the spatial importance, they did have some information in the ESP that separates it by area.
Okay, thanks. So it'll be more in the narrative, but the indices will be individual indices. Thanks.
And next question from Jen.
Yeah, I guess to build on Mike's question, recognizing that this is mainly a AM80 fleet, but there is a directed fishery, and it seems to take about 70. It tends to take about 25%. So with that in economic indicators, they aren't considering any of the all of the indicators seem to focus on the AM80 fleet and nothing on the directed fishery. Is there a reason for that?
Through the chair, that's also a great question, and I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to answer why they chose to do that. I'm so sorry, but I can certainly forward your questions on to Dr. Sullivan, and I'm sure that we can circle back to that as needed in December.
And as a follow-up, there was a discussion in the document, at least, and I admit to expecting that we were going to receive a little bit more of a presentation on this, but there was a discussion in the document about the main export the main countries that receive Atka mackerels as export, and one of them is fairly significantly impacted by the tariffs. Was there any discussion about the tariff impact on what might be going forward?
Through the chair, we did have, as I recall, a little bit of discussion about tariffs. It was a pretty short discussion overall. I think the main part of this is that this is still a draft ESP. And so she was bringing it forward at this time, but this is not the ESP that's going to be, it will not be attached to the macro assessment this year. The point was to provide this draft at this point, provide the comments. They had literally just finished it when it was presented. And the idea being that we are asking for it to come back for a much more substantive discussion of it in September of next year.
Okay, thank you.
I can move on then. I'm sorry about the formatting of this. I had to break it into two. These are the catch report tables. They come out better in the slides that are attached to your agenda. I tried to pull forward the ones that you hadn't seen yet, so that's why it looks this way. And again, this is not something that we discussed at the plan team. The chairs pulled this together in presentation to you, but we will have these in the safe report. And then this is the same for the remainder of the stocks. Obviously, a lot of them we don't have survey information on this year. So again, with that, the ones that say NA and the last two columns don't use the bottom trial survey estimate, so that's why in their model. And the were no catches. The Bogoslov polyp was 334 catch above the TAC, but the ABC is 58,000. Other flatfish was above the TAC, but the ABC is well above that. Black spotted rough-eye was above the BRD in the Central Aleutian Islands, Western Aleutian Islands at 312, catch above the 298 BRD for Central Aleutian Islands, Western Aleutian Islands. Other rockfish, the short spine thorny head component of the stock is not sampled in the EBS shelf survey. The non-short spine thorny head in the ABS is negligible, and there's no other updates for short spine thorny head. There was no long line survey, no AI trial survey, and no EBS slope trial survey. And then for other flats, the safe is a complex of many species from multiple surveys, and there's no one indicator stock, so it's misleading to report on that. And then finally, the proposed specifications. The teams recommended the approval of the 2026 specifications for use in informing the proposed rule for 2026 and 2027. That gives you the bottom of the table there. And then finally, the team adopted the BSAI halibut discard mortality rates based on the recommendations from the DRMR working group, and noting it's a 4-year average, and observer the indications on there are with respect to the pot being a 4-year average, the let's see, hook and line. I'm trying to match these. The pot and the hook and line, I believe, are both based on the 4-year average. And these were the updated ones. We didn't have any changes to them, but they are updated for 2026 and 2027. And with that, Mr. Chair, that's all I have for the BSAI report.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Diana. We now will check and see if we have public testimony for Bering Sea. And we do have one. Okay. So we will go to Sarah Webster when you're ready and online for public testimony on the Bering Sea items.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon, chairs and members of the SSC. For the record, my name is Sarah Webster, and I'm the Science Projects Director for the Alaska Seafood Cooperative. Thank you for the opportunity to comment again this afternoon, and I'll note that hopefully I'm getting this comment in the right place. It's been a little bit confusing. I wanted to call your attention to the discussion paper on black spotted and rough-eye rockfish accountability measures, which is briefly noted in the plan team report. Our members catch the majority of black spotted rough-eye in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, and we could be significantly impacted by any changes to management. While we appreciate that the paper was prepared at the council's request were concerned that the SSC did not receive a presentation or opportunity to review the document. And from our perspective, this isn't just a management question, it includes some significant science questions. And so omitting it from the SSC agenda represents a process concern. The SSC plays a critical role in ensuring accountability measures are grounded in the best available science. And under the current process, the council could move to initiate an analysis of new management measures without any SSC input on whether such an action is even necessary. Discussion papers are intended to help determine if analysis is warranted. And in this case, the paper doesn't fully evaluate stock status, biological consequences of overages, or known data limitations, all of which are essential scientific considerations. Without SSC review, there's a real risk that action could be advanced on an incomplete record. We recognize the SSC's workload is substantial, but asking staff to prepare analyses that have not been vetted through the scientific process is concerning. It's especially so given that black-spotted rough-eye stock status has shown increasing trends in recent years despite the ABC overages. Survey estimates for the stock are highly uncertain, and there's ongoing research that wasn't fully incorporated into the discussion paper. And so our comment letter that we submitted outlines some of these data gaps that we believe are critical to determining whether additional accountability measures are even warranted. And just in closing, we really would request that the SSC notes concern about the process and recommends that before any council action on black-spotted rough-eye accountability measures is initiated, there's necessity for additional measures to be informed by SSC review of the discussion paper. That would ensure that any decisions made are scientifically defensible, that they reflect the realities of available data, and that staff resources are directed appropriately. So thank you for your time. And again, I know that this is not something that was really directly on your agenda, so I appreciate the opportunity to comment.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Webster. And I grant you that this has been a very confusing meeting to know exactly where we were in the schedule or where things fit, but I think this is an appropriate place to take this comment. So thanks for fitting it in here. I see we have a question from Sherry. Go ahead, Sherry.
Sure, Sarah. Thank you for your public testimony. This is, and I read your written testimony, and appreciate you bringing that forward as well. My understanding is that I know that the SSC has given feedback to the council about concerns about black-spotted rough-eye. And I know we've done that through the normal specs process, and I'm wondering whether the concerns that you listed, if the reviews that we've done in December, if you find those to fulfill the biological feedback need that the council has. I realize it's totally different than us reviewing a paper, but I'm curious on your thoughts.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Dr. Dressel. I think in a large part, yes, the reviews in December have been an important part of the process. I will note that I have only been around for one of those Decembers, so I'm a little bit new to this stock and some of the concerns with the stock, and probably am not quite as up to speed on some of the reviews that the SSC has had in December. This is also an off year for the stock assessment and for surveys for this stock. So I think, another sort of concern right now is that the most recent information is a year old and includes some additional uncertainty that we've had in the past, and we don't necessarily really know what that stock status looks like and how things might look moving forward. But I do think that the SSC has, over time, noted some of these concerns with things like survey selectivity, excuse me, that probably are important to the discussion. And I mean, I think part of the issue as well is that some of those concerns weren't maybe fully addressed in the discussion paper as it currently is written.
Great, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, seeing no further questions, thanks for your testimony again, Ms. Webster.
Thank you.
And I think that concludes public testimony on this item, or these items. We will now go into our discussion. And as we did for the Gulf, I'm going to start with the proposed model runs, and then we'll finish with the plan team report. So the first and only proposed model run we have left is Northern Rockfish. And I'll go to Pat Sullivan first as our first lead.
Great. Thanks, Ian, Mr. Chair. Okay, here's what I have. So the author brought forward to the GPT and SSC the accepted 2023 assessment base model, Model 21, and 9 additional models for consideration in the coming assessment. These were models 25, 1 through 9. These additional models broadly explored a split-sex representation of the population in combination with model structures incorporating time-varying survey catchability or selectivity. There was no public testimony. The SSC thanks the author for his responsiveness to previous SSC requests for information on the influence of sex ratio and in response to challenges seen in the retrospective patterns by bringing forward these alternative model formulations. The author found that none of the alternatives, as we heard, provided sufficient improvements over the 2023 accepted base model to recommend adoption at this time. Furthermore, the GPT did not recommend additional research on time-varying catchability and did not recommend bringing forward this type of model in November. However, the GPT did recommend that the author bring forward both the 2023 base model, Model 21, and the split-sex model, Model 25.2, in November, while ensuring that all management outcomes and reference points be included, which they were not in the paper that was presented. The SSC agrees with the GPT that the author bring forward both the 2023 base model, Model 21, and the split-sex model, Model 25.2, in November, along with all relevant management outcomes and reference points. Excuse me. The SSC wishes to highlight recent years' discussions, which noted that recent genetic work by National Marine Fisheries Service that indicates high stock structure in northern rockfish relative to other rockfish species in the region reflects continued concern over potential risks to stock biomass and productivity from disproportionate harvesting. The SSC believes that this stock structure information should be included in the risk table for November and to continue to monitor the stock for potential effects due to spatial structure concerns. And that's what I have.
Thank you, Pat. Next, we'll go to Andrew.
Yeah, thanks, Pat. Yeah, I don't have anything else to add. Yeah, I agree that with bringing forward the 2 models as proposed by the plan team. Thanks.
Thanks, Andrew. And next is Fabio.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So thanks, Pat and Andrew. for the excellent summary. I want to thank the author for addressing the previous SSC requests as well. I agree with my colleagues that the SSC should support the GPT and the author and move forward with both the 2023 base model, Model 21, and the split sex model, Model 25.2 in November. I don't have anything else to add. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Fabio. Other comments from other SSC members? Excellent. To summarize, we thank the author for responding to previous requests. We support the plan team recommendations for the 2023 base model and the split sex 25.2 model to come forward this year. And we highlight the discussion and recent genetic work on stock structure and recommend including that in the risk table coming up. Excellent. We will move now to the Aleutian Islands ATCA ESP. And I have Jen to kick us off.
Yeah, well, I think like Mike, I was expecting more of a presentation on this. So, but understanding the chaos that this meeting has been. So we received a brief presentation on the proposed ecosystem socioeconomic profile for BSAI macro from Diana. Building on a really nicely developed document developed by Jane Sullivan and Rusty Dame and a bigger team that had initially been presented at the Groundfish Plan team in their September 25 meeting. We'd like to thank everybody for their really hard work and for bringing forward a document in response to essentially 5 years of requests initially requested in 2019 from us and the plan team for the ESP. The need, I think we all recognize, is grounded in ongoing low spawning biomass for the fully utilized mackerel species and uncertainties surrounding key life history traits and a whole bunch of other items, concerns over the effectiveness of the surveys, which you've heard about earlier today, and regional and spatial structure, stock structure. We've seen also, I think, across this meeting that ESPs can be a really useful document, especially as they're combined with or paired with ESRs to inform TAC determination. And we are eagerly awaiting to see the a fully realized P4 mackerel coming next year, because in this draft, it focused primarily on the socioeconomic indicators. And as Diana referenced, most of the socioeconomic parameters were focused around the AM80 fleet. And that's because that fleet harvests most of the TAC for mackerel. So the document outlined 3 proposed indicators: wholesale price per pound, wholesale value, and export value, all of which have been relatively flat since 2015, and catch utilization, which has been at or exceeding 95% since in 17 of the last 22 years. Stock is spatially allocated, and starting with the allocation starting east, moving west, and they're using the new BRD structure referencing language, I guess, around the tax. The timing of use and the percent use is there to inform council as to potential impacts of changes in management strategies on the communities and fishers, but they do focus primarily on the AM80 fleet. And as we heard in questions and comments, there is some uncertainty about what the local impact to Alaska might be, given that there is a directed fleet that doesn't seem to be fully captured, or the impacts don't seem to be fully captured in the proposed indicators. As I mentioned, most of the mackerels exported: Japan, China, South Korea, as prices trends varying, interestingly, by country. And I do wonder about the potential impacts moving forward of tariffs, particularly on China, which is the largest recipient. Most of the ecosystem indicators proposed are those used and developed in the BSA, AI, ESR, and so there's a really large number of them. And the document does propose some new ones under consideration in development, such as the sea lion pup counts or abundance, killer whale abundance. You might consider northern fur seals, other seabirds that are also targeting the species. They need to develop models DSEM or in our Seattle or to use MOM6 to integrate across parameters, I think is something that the plan team is considering. But it's challenging to kind of figure out how to use the contextual data in modeling efforts. And I think the team and I would agree some sort of multivariate indicator that synthesizes across things would be a really good thing to do. I could have, since this was a smaller discussion than I was thinking, and given challenges of who's present in the room right now, I had some questions about potential indicators, but I think that'll wait until we see the more fully developed ESR or ESP in next year, which I look forward to seeing.
Great, thanks, Jen. We'll go now to Mike Downs.
Yeah, thanks, Jen, for that comprehensive summary. I'm just going to focus on a few things that I mentioned in questions. But I would say first, before we get into that, I find it really useful to see early versions of documents like this and analyses like this. So even though it's not complete and it's missing some things, I think it's really useful to see early on and kind of get buy-in. So turning to the things I mentioned. First, there's an indicator that's employee count and population by employee count and proportion of employment by community that relies on EDR data. And I would caution the authors to read about relying on EDR data, given that there is an analysis being done right now of the potential for eliminating the remaining EDR data. So I wouldn't put a lot of stock into this, if not immediately, but at least in the long term, or under any circumstances in the long term, counting on EDR data being around. So, and then kind of picking up on Jen's point that this focuses on the Amendment 80 fleet. There are commonalities with indicators that we've already talked about for the crab ESPs that we suggested, and I think are going to appear because they apply to multiple ESPs in sort of an overview section. And I'd like to sort of read into the record here some language that Sarah Wise and I had been, before the shutdown, coordinating on. And this is also, I should back up a second, is a little bit different than the other ESPs that we looked at this meeting, because for the other ESPs, specifically the crab ESPs, we saw an accompanying SAFE document, and there was kind of an overlap of social, economic, and community indicators discussed in the SAFE and those that appeared in the ESP, and clearly coordination between the two. So I think pulling in the non-Amendment 80 participants in this, one of our recommendations I would like to be for the major Bering Sea crab fishery safes and ESPs, along with the ATCA mackerel ESP, the non-Amendment 80 portion, the SSC suggests augmenting the number of active vessels indicator under fishery-informed indicators to include a count of active vessels by community of ownership address to facilitate identification of potential changes in patterns of community engagement in and dependency on fisheries experiencing changes in the numbers of vessels participating in those fisheries over time. For example, counts of individual Alaska communities in aggregate community categories, such as the Seattle MSA, other Washington, Oregon, and other states. The SSC similarly suggests that adding a shoreside processing community indicator to the set of fishery-informed indicators to facilitate identification of potential changes in patterns of community engagement in and dependency on fisheries experiencing changes in the location and/or number of shoreside processors participating in those fisheries over time. In other words, counts of shore processors participating in the relevant fishery by individual Alaska community of processing operation. Together, these or similar vessel and processor community-based indicators would allow for annual tracking of changes on two key dimensions of the sustained participation of fishing communities, which may be of use as community context information in the tax setting portion of the fishery management process. For the Amendment 80 portion of the ATCA mackerel ESP specifically, I think it would be worthwhile for the authors to consider some of the indicators of community linkages to catcher processors that appeared in other FMP amendment social impact assessments, one of which was port calls, which are a proxy for two things. One is community taxes that derive from product transfers in port, and second, for potential support service business linkages of catcher processors to those ports. Secondly, there isn't an indicator proposed of linking the catcher processors to communities. Typically, for the Amendment 80 sector, that has been, well, I shouldn't just say Amendment 80 sector, for the catcher processor sector in particular, that has included vessels that, fleets that were owned outside of Alaska and characterized usually as the Seattle MSA or elsewhere. But with growing ownership by CDQ groups, that's become more complicated in recent years. So would suggest that the authors explore community linkages there. And I think that's about all I have for this. Again, it's early days on this. This ESP looked quite a bit different than others we have seen at this meeting. And it would be, I don't know if that's just because it's early days and there will be more coordination in kind of standardizing formats with other ESPs, but that might be a suggestion as well when looking at finalizing the indicators, making them more consistent with the kind of dual packages seen in the safe reports and ESPs that we've seen elsewhere. And I'll stop there.
Thank you, Mike. Go to Kaylin now.
Great, thanks. Yeah, I really appreciated Mike's suggestion that we note that it's really nice to see these interim products, even if they're not fully put together. And then I'm just remembering a little bit of the process, and I'd suggest that we thank the team for the work that they did and the creativity that they used here, because they're pulling this data from multiple sources. And I think that that's something that we asked folks to think about. And then you can actually see this is coming from the EDRs, which I appreciate, Mike, the caution there, but we're seeing trade data, core data come in here, and those are different data sources than we typically see. And for some For some instances, like I think this one here, some of that data can prove, I think, really useful and valuable. And so I'm completely on board, Mike, with a lot of the thinking around standardizing what does the long run look like. But in some ways, I think there are some elements here that maybe other ESPs might want to think about including, and vice versa, probably in terms of the formatting and so on and so forth. So yeah, just to dump in something positive there at the beginning, because I do feel like this is a really nice example of thinking across different data sets.
Thanks, Kalen. Other comments from the SSC on the ATCA ESP? Okay, I will do my best to summarize. We received the ESP presentation and we thank the authors for building on this document based on our requests that go all the way back to 2019. We will note that it is helpful to see early versions of documents like this, even if they're not complete, and we'll thank the team for their creativity in pulling data from a variety of different sources. We'll note that the full ESP for ATCA will be delivered to us next year, and that, at least in this early draft, most of the indicators were focused on the A80 fleet. I won't try to describe in depth all of our specific recommendations, but I'll note that we had a recommendation around the development of a multivariate indicator, of a caution about relying on employee count, which relies on the EDR data, as that might be eliminated moving forward. We'll have a recommendation of suggesting augmenting the number of active vessels with counts of communities and community categories, adding a shoreside processing indicator by community, also including indicators of community linkages such as port calls, and an indicator linking CPs, catcher processors, to communities. And then we'll have, I think, a general recommendation suggesting more coordination with other ESPs and SAFE documents to kind of bring things in line with some of the ESP material that we're already accustomed to seeing. Again, I haven't tried to get into the specifics there. You all will wordsmith those much better than I could, but just to note that we have those placeholders for the various recommendations we're going to make. Great. Okay, that rounds out the AI ATCA ESP. Now we move into our last item of the day, which is the collect all plan team report, including surveys and our proposed specs for the Bering Sea. And I have as lead for this Sherry. So go ahead, Sherry.
Great, thank you. First, I'd like to note that the SSC received both written and oral public testimony on black-spotted rough-eye accountability measures. And in oral testimony noted that those are and I guess the SSC should note that it was not on our agenda. It was noted on the plan team report, but just that the council was getting a discussion paper and there were no comments from the plan team. So the oral testimony did indicate that there were parts of this analysis that would have benefited from the SSC review. And I think that it's worth the SSC noting in our report that, the SSC hadn't seen this discussion paper to speak to whether or not, an SSC review would have been beneficial, but that the SSC normally doesn't receive discussion papers, recognizes that we normally don't receive council discussion papers. We do have considerable time constraints that limit the topics which we can review. And so as a result, I think at this point, we can just, the SSC can, ask the council to refer to past December SSC reports on the black spotted rough eye stock assessments as they may apply to their decision-making. But that's, I think that's about where we're at, the topic, since it wasn't on our agenda. As far as the surveys go, just wanted to, I think we should note that it was it was very successful under challenging conditions to get the surveys in the water this year. And they completed 350 southern Southeastern Bering Sea stations, nearly all but 7 of 144 Northern Bering Sea stations, and they had a rapid turnaround of data products. We saw some of those for the Eastern Bering Sea after this cruise, and it was really amazing with the team continually improving the current and developing new products. So kudos to the survey team. I think we can include the same request that we did for on the Gulf Plan Team report, that the survey team bring back information for all FMP stocks next year. This is September of next year, as they are able. And if not, that the SSC supports continued coordination with plan team representatives on key species. In December, the SSC did ask the plan teams for Bering Sea and Aleutian Island shortraker and other rockfish to consider any survey results, given that there were big drops for those species. Review any survey results if there were any. And I did some looking after we got Diana's report, and based on Diana's report, my understanding was that there was no survey results for these two from the BSAI survey, the Eastern Bering Sea survey or the Longline survey. And because of that, there's really no information to bring forward. So I don't think that, I'm just letting the SSC know that I don't think we need to include anything on that in this plan team report. It was just a follow-up for everybody that heard me ask the question. And last, the key piece, the SSC recommends approval of the preliminary 2026 and 2027 Bering Sea and Aleutian Island groundfish specifications as provided by the Bering Sea and Aleutian Island groundfish plan team. I suggest that the SSC supports the Bering Sea and Aleutian Island groundfish plan team's recommendation to approve the halibut DMR working group recommendation for proposed halibut DMRs for 2026 and 2027. And that's all I had for the Bering Sea report.
Great, thanks, Sherry. Other comments from SSC members on plan team report or surveys? Okay, seeing none, very briefly, we will note the written and oral public testimony on our black-spotted rough-eye accountability measures, and noting that it was not on our agenda and we had no comments from the plan team, although they did note it in their report. We will note that we've not seen a discussion paper. We've not seen this discussion paper, and that we don't receive all discussion papers due to time constraints, and we will refer the council to past SSC reports where we have touched on black-spotted rough-eye. We will note the survey presentation we received, particularly the success of the Eastern Bering Sea and Northern Bering Sea survey under challenging conditions, and appreciate the rapid turnaround of data products. We will, as we did for the Gulf, we will recommend bringing back information on all FMP stocks as able in next year's survey presentations. And if unable to bring back information on all stocks, we'll support coordination with plan team reps on identification of key species. We received no information on Bering Sea and Aleutian Island shortrake or other rockfish to address our information request from last December, so we have nothing to do there. And we will approve the preliminary 2026 and 27 groundfish specifications supporting the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands plan team recommendations for the Pacific halibut DMRs. And with that, we are done with groundfish and done for the day. We are going to reconvene tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock Alaska time, and we will round out our crab items. And then hopefully we will have some time left in from our agenda to work on minutes, which are going to be voluminous from this meeting, I suspect. So thanks all for your efforts today, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Nice job, Ian. Thank you.